Hello, and welcome to Tales from Tumble Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, your dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World. Got ourselves a big, eventful night tonight, so I hope everyone's ready to strap in and have some fun. Before we get started, we'll introduce all our players real quick. Make sure everybody's checks in, and before we get things going here, so we'll start off with on the far right this time. We'll start with Nance today.
Hi, Nance. I play Sora, the blue dragonborn paladin.
Hi, I'm Rob. I play Lucas, the half-elf bard.
I am Bernie, and I'm Amethyst. She is a tabaxi sorceress.
Draven here, playing Trevor the Accurate, Trevor the Brave, Trevor the Awesome. I am a halfling gunslinger.
And
Trevor
I'm
the
Nate.
asshole.
Oh, yeah.
Trevor the murderer.
No, you murdered like 17,900. Anyway, continue. We'll get to that later.
I'm Nate. I'm playing Eldon, the artificer, rock gnome artificer. Here we go.
Excellent. All right, and I'll be everybody else in this game tonight. So, to recap from last time, the party had arrived at the tower, which seems to be the origin of the Slav that are terrorizing the region. They delved down into the depths of the tower, the ruined tower, finding subterranean levels below. Having killed one massive blue slot outside, horribly quickly. Thing didn't stand a chance. Then dealt with some assassin vines, getting into the building itself there and finding the way down. As people were prepping and ritually casting some spells there, Sora went on ahead, down into the first level on her own for the most part, leaving Lucas to keep watch as she got attacked by a number of carrion crawlers. The group finished. The group came together and finished off the terrible creatures and moved down further. As Eldon, Amethyst, and Trevor were off checking out some interesting tracks, Lucas and Sora went out the other way, and Sora again went down into the lower levels where she got attacked by a green slod. Taking some pretty hefty hits before the group was able to get in there and all come together to finish the thing off. As they started to try to set up for an ambush for some potential new threats arriving, the Amethyst received a telepathic summons from some voice someplace that there was safety in a chapel in the area. The group backtracked there before the reinforcements could arrive and found a chapel, a sealed a sealed doorway that had a number of constructs set up inside there and a glowing column of red light. And in that column, a ghostly figure appeared, identifying themselves as Invarnak, the wizard that had written the book that gave them the information about the slot initially, and seemed to be owner of this tower itself. Informed the group that his spirit was fueling a spell which was keeping the creature below the prime slot known as Groshralak from being able to escape the chamber that had been sealed into. He then essentially made sure the doors were sealed and allowed you a place to take yourselves a rest. During that time, a couple of you received a couple of sending. Two of you specifically received sendings. But other than that, you were able to get your full long rest in and prep for what should be a interesting encounter with a very powerful creature. So that's where we are, and what you gonna do next?
So, just because I forgot to mention it last time, can I roll a history check to see if Eldon remembers anything from school in Varnak?
Sure.
See if any of that's a
Yeah,
thing.
go ahead and roll. See what you get there.
Yeah.
Lucas knows quite a bit about
That's a
it.
natural one. That's a great start to the night, y'all.
Excellent. Hey, get that out of the way. That's fine.
Right? Yeah.
What you guys
Right?
did know so far is that Varnak was involved somehow with the battle with the Dark King about 200 years ago, the usurper that took over southern Gervon, well, was now southern Gervon, had sent forces up to attack the northern kingdom of Oris at the time, and they Invarnak was on the side of Oris opposing the Dark King, and seems to be an expert on extraplanar creatures and such. Um, According to the writings and the things you've studied about him so far. But it was from that time period, at least, in a wizard working in the defense of the Northern Kingdoms against the Dark King and his forces.
Sweet. And then
Nothing
also,
really new with that role, but that's what you've kind of picked out from before.
yeah. Okay, awesome. And then lastly, after my little 8 hours, I would want to spend the rest of the time kind of like jotting down notes of the little light circle he's peering through, like jotting down notes from the automatons.
Sure.
Uh, they're not like the ones that I grew up with, or are they like the ones I grew up with?
Not quite. The suits of armor. There's two suits of armor that are kind of ornate looking suits of plate mail. You've seen things like this. It's basically animated armor. Maybe a
Okay.
different style than you probably definitely different style than you would have seen before. The statue itself reminds you of the iron golems that were in and around places in various settlements there, acting as guards or whatever. But it's not that powerful. The aura is not that strong. The magic's not that strong in it. And it doesn't seem to be as articulated and built. It's more just like a statue made out of iron. You never saw it move or anything else, but you assume, based on the enchantments that you can see on it, that it can animate in some way.
Sweet. Okay, cool.
It is basically just a large lump of iron in the shape of an armored figure with a sword and an axe.
Awesome. And
Uh,
then the last thing Eldon would have done was go ahead and check back over his generator because I did have
mhm.
an explosion. Uh,
Yes.
last
And
time.
you're able to get it back in working order then and reattach things and whatever came loose there from the thunder wave that went off. You're able to get it up and running again and
Yes.
in working order. Yes. Um, Other than that, so accumulators are fully charged at this point. So any charges you used up will be back to full for this. Um, However, there is one thing I do want to mention that Eldon would know about here, and anyone probably Eldon main thing there is that there is a thing that too much of a good thing can be a problem. In that the more accumulators you're carrying, the less they'll recharge after a while, because essentially they draw from the ambient mana in the air around you and such. Well, if you have a bunch of accumulators, they're going to draw from each other rather than from the ambient because there's a concentrated amount of mana stored here, and rather than pulling from the general area, it'll pull from the one here and start pulling back and forth. So there is a limit to how many accumulators actively you can have on you, but you're not at that point yet. It's just one of those things that you're kind of getting to that point with some of you with the number of items you're carrying. So there is sort of a limit that you're going to have to test and figure out at some point.
We don't need to learn sharpshooter rather than sooner rather than later.
Yep. I think you're doing just fine there. So, other than that, anyone else? Anything else that people need to prep or discuss, or anything else you want to get
Do we
ready?
have any opportunity to speak to Invarnik again or not?
At this point, he does seem to be. He mentioned before that he is, unfortunately, this column of light, which he said is actually keeping the seal active below, is literally drawing off of his own soul. So he did say that he essentially was having to keep his focus on that for the most part. You might be able to get a little bit of information, but a lengthy conversation would be out of the question. A couple of like short answer questions might be. What he also did say is that if this thing is dealt with, he may have some time before he's called back to Shadowfell.
Yeah, I'd like the opportunity to show him the metal shard that I picked up.
Okay. Um, he he's not able to really as you approach there. He does sort of waver into view, that kind of in the column of light, the column of red light behind the statue there. Let's put you back on that map so we can see what we're talking about.
I think if
Sure.
I tell him about my vision as well, he might be able to.
Okay. At first, so essentially, if you move yourself up to here, what this red circle is up at the top of the map here, and everyone can hopefully see that. Make sure we're all centered there. There we go. So, yeah, so his image will sort of waver into view slightly there, and it's sort of hazy and not quite fully fully there at least. But he does sort of look at it there, and I can sense there's definitely an extraplanar origin. I believe that may be uh, infernal steel. Um, without being able to examine it more closely, I don't know exact properties, but I think that is most likely. Um, and in some of the vision there, he just sort of, you don't need to roll for this, anything else. You can see he sort of is shaken a little bit by what you describe. Um, and he just sort of, I I
Same.
I will. I have information I can give you, but I I have to focus, and that may be a little too much of a distraction for me at this time, but I will tell you what I know. That. And there's also he definitely spends as you hold that piece of, do you actually show him the piece of metal, I assume?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Okay. Um in that case, give me a wisdom check. It's a straight up wisdom check. As you hold that and ask and show it to him. Okay. As he's looking at it, and as you look at it, and and you see sort of there's there's definitely a sense of recognition. I mean, you can see he's looking at you, and he's looking at the piece of metal and looking back at you. And for just a moment, while you're there, you feel a sensation from the metal, not a physical one, but an emotional one. Like there's some sort of a sadness, maybe, of loss, something. It's just very, very brief, and you kind of like think you're not sure if you're picking something up from him or from it, or but there's just some sort of connection that you can feel there. And with that, unfortunately, he does waver away again. You see his image kind of flicker actually for a moment and shift away. The circle stays solid. I mean, the circle stays strong. It does not waver or flicker itself, just his image within it itself. And so you end up in the quiet of the room there. He does say before, as you call on him, he did, and he said this before here, is that when you're ready to go, the doors will unseal. Anything else anybody needs?
No, I would just ready. Just keep it the ready before we
Yeah,
head
that's
out.
it.
Lucas
Okay.
will talk with Amethyst and
Okay.
practice a bit of Sylvan.
Okay, as you guys are sitting around. Okay. Okay. Well, in that case, as I said, you have two ways you can go. You can either go out this door here, which you have not been out before, or the way you came in, which is over here. You do know that this way, at the next to the animated armor suits, um, that goes back up the way you had to crawl through the hole and then back down and around to the stairs you were before.
Uh, Out of curiosity, could we ask Varnak what's behind door number one, or we just don't want to mess with his soul anymore because it's kind of drawing off.
Yeah, he's not. He's not responding at this point.
Yeah. Okay. So Eldon will turn to the group. The thing is, two options. What would you all like to do?
I would like to discover something new myself.
I'd like to see where this other door goes to, yeah.
Indeed.
Yes, I also am. Yes, let's throw caution to the wind, as they say, and open door number 1.
You usually yell at me for that.
Can I just make a suggestion before we go?
I've had a long rest, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes, you've had a long rest. Yes.
Yeah, we did.
Can I make a suggestion that firstly,
We all
Lucas
said
might
it.
want to do what wanted to do as a nice 10-minute speech, and then secondly, if people can stay together, or if they're deciding to splinter off, if we can open some sort of connection with each other and make sure that we're in contact with each other just in case anything happens. Let's not have anybody going off on their own and being spontaneous right now, because this is going to be a hard fight.
Truer words have never been spoken.
Lucas will
As
spend
the-
10 minutes inspiring everybody before we leave.
Yep.
So you getting your gear and checking things over, making sure everything's in place there. Lucas delivers his.
I'm like, at this point, I don't even have my cloak on, so my new armor, not my new armor, but like just my leather vest over a black shirt. I'm just getting it ready
Sure.
and stuff like that because I now
Sure.
have a very low armor class.
Yep. All right. So, as you open up this door, you see a small chamber that's partially collapsed. This little hallway almost looking area here. I believe it's 11 temporary points. Is that right?
I was just going to say it's 11, yeah.
Okay. You move out into the hallway and you will see. Again, there's this little long corridor.
Oh, Eldon moved out first. Okay.
Also, as we exit, Eldon's going to reach up to his little light he has on his glasses, and I'll like flip that so got a big old light happening. Flashlight on my glasses.
Sounds good. You will see that there is some sort of mosaic tile kind of broken up and worn and dusty along here. This corridor has not been traveled in a long time. There's just thick layers of dust. Again, behind you, a partially collapsed, this kind of collapsed section of stone. It's not that it's just kind of the wall itself is sort of like corroded and caved in. There's a little bit of water on the floor over here. As you're able to move to the hallway, you don't sense any weird aura from the magical tiles. Again, they're mostly just dust covered, just sort of a little pattern along the way here. As you're heading on down, you will see that this corridor wraps around the corner and ends at another doorway.
I'm like holding shield in front of me and like fist gauntlet like out,
Yeah, my gun's on for sure.
ready to rock and roll.
Jiggle the handle to see if it's locked.
Oh, we have 11 hit points. Put 10.
Yes, on the temporary points. Yep.
11.
This room it actually is locked, but you realize the lock is on this side, so you can unlock it. So essentially, it's kind of like a doorknob lock kind of thing on this side of it, and so you're able to open up the door.
It can be unlocked, guys, but I can't do it. I mean, unless you want me to break it down.
Eldon will step in front and
Okay.
unlock and just open the door.
Okay. You check it out there. You don't see any issues with the door or anything else like that. And when you open it up, there is another room here. This looks like it may have been sort of like almost like a meditations type of room. The ornate the mosaic tiles on the floor are definitely set in more of an interesting looking pattern. It's impossible to tell what it is because the tiles have all broken and gotten covered in dust and grime at this point. But you can see that there are no footsteps in this place. No footsteps of new or old. Whoever was in here, the slot have not come through this way, and whoever the original people were They had not come through this way either. And here you will see another metal door. Now this one, Eldon, you can see right away. There are dents in this door. Like someone has been slamming and pounding against this door here. And you piece it together in your mind there, kind of thinking about distances traveled and walking and things like that. And you realize that this door is the one right by the stairwell.
Okay.
And you can kind of piece together on the map here where that is. You can see
And
that this was the stairwell you were hearing things coming from. You were posted up back here when your thunder wave went off.
okay, yeah.
So this is this is all looking probably somewhat familiar.
Okay.
Or you're in your mind, you're piecing it together where things are.
Right. So I'll turn to beyond this door, the loud, scary noises were coming from the staircase directly on the other side. We should be ready and prepared before we leave out of this room. Yes.
I reckon you're right.
Yeah.
And doesn't need a high perception check to know it is quiet here. There is you don't see any footsteps, you don't hear any growls or noises of any creatures beyond this door. Although you do see this door it's held, it's very very sturdy, but there are literally like large dents in the metal as something's been pounding on it. At least you check it out and you open it up, and you can now move out into where the stairway is. Nothing is there. It's dark.
Okay.
I'm going right there to support Sora and Eldon.
Okay.
I will turn to the group. Moving quietly, yes?
Mhm.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Here we go. Yes. And Eldon will start walking down the stairs.
It is a,
Who does
it is
not
a
have...
fairly,
There is a reason why we needed a light, right? It's Trevor. Trevor, we needed a light for. And
The dancing lights can't trip for my
I
meditative.
have no idea what you mean, and I switch over the eye patch and it does nothing, and I'm like, maybe I do.
so Eldon will keep the light, even though we're moving quietly.
Yep.
But yes.
and Sora, did you want to go ahead and activate your dancing lights as well?
Yeah, I can do that too.
Yeah. So eventually, between Eldon's headlamp and Sora's dancing lights, you definitely have enough illumination around you to get a good view of everything.
I have my
There's
lantern
definitely. Okay. Yes. You can see just the heavy footprints in the dirt and stone, and the dust is all disturbed along here. There's definitely been slot have come back and forth through this area quite a bit, obscuring any other possible tracks of any kind. You definitely see that. If you want to give me a survival check, if anyone wants to see any other like interesting details potentially, but it will be a survival check or investigation, I guess, would be a good one as well.
I would gladly do a survival check for you, sir.
There we go.
I will critical my investigation.
Nice.
I would.
Wait, what were the options
So
again?
Sora, absolutely.
Natural 20.
Survival.
Survival or investigation? Yep. Either way.
I'm not good at any of that. So survival
Neither
it
am
is.
I, but I got a nat 20.
Yep. You absolutely did. Okay.
You guys ready for my nat 20? Oh, I don't know why it made me
No.
roll for advantage, but it was only the first one, so yeah.
Yep. No
How
problem.
many nat 20s you guys gonna get?
No.
All
Get 'em out
of
the way
them?
now.
There you
That's
go. Look at
probably the only one I'm getting tonight.
We hear the
All right, so
well, telling us how to do it.
in moving on the stairway here, you will see, obviously, besides the obvious slod tracks and everything else, Sora and Amethyst, the two of you will each spot some other prints in sort of the dust and the dirt that are obscured now by the clawed footprints, but there's definitely been other footprints here. And with those natural 20s, and Amethyst with a 25 there, absolutely, you will actually see there's a distinct difference in the footprints. And you start to see, like, okay, this is a small size footprint over here. This is another small size footprint, but the feet aren't the same. The boots or the shoes they're wearing aren't the same. There's two small sets of tracks that go in. There's medium-sized tracks. This one's definitely wearing some sort of armor. This one's wearing like some sort of like soft boots of some kind. You're sort of picking out there's multiple. There's definitely more than one. There's literally at least 3 or 4, perhaps even 5 different people that have come down through this way at some point. However, looking kind of back over Thora, where you are, kind of back over there, you will see there is a set of scuffed prints against the wall, kind of in the rubble there, that are medium sized, that have come back out. And what strikes you is the fact that this is the only set of prints that have come back that are not flawed. Only one set left.
Eldon will, after taking a quick note and a quick, measuring tape drawing of it, it appears that even after we take care of this slot, that we may have a couple of other individuals that we may need to track down, yes?
You reckon they're a threat, or do you know?
The fact that they are coming out is not a good sign.
I mean, Sora, if you point those out there, you can see that there's definitely... And you realize now, looking at it, Eldon, closely, with Sora pointing it to you, this is very similar to the prints that you saw upstairs in the dust. There was a set of small-sized prints and a set of medium-sized prints that wandered off in the way that you eventually followed to go down to the chapel. The ones that went down to the chapel door and then came back out again.
Okay, so we split the part. No, okay, we don't.
So just pieces of the puzzle you're seeing as you kind of find your way in here. There's definitely something odd about what has transpired here.
All right, Eldon, Amethyst. We tracked down those footprints at one point or another before we went to go save Sora.
Yeah, we were going.
That being said, I say we kill the slot first. That we know we're all doing, all together of us, and then we all go hunt down those two together and find out what they need or what they want or what we have to deal with.
It depends if we encounter them before we find it.
Very true.
And just
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here for once.
There is also a possibility that they could be, they could have turned into Slod, is one possibility. Or maybe they are the reason the Slod has been released, yes?
Eldon.
That is a very good idea.
It suddenly hits you as you say this.
Uh-oh.
The hobgoblin skeleton at the troll, that was eaten by the troll, that had coins from ancient coins from Avress.
Uh-oh, the ones I have.
That had shown some sort of implanted scarring in its chest, similar to what was in the troll as well. And it hits you that that thing in the troll's lair, that hobgoblin skeleton, probably matches these tracks pretty closely. And only one set left.
I believe that I have come to an epiphany. Yes, that we will most certainly discuss later. But handle this now, then I will bring up what I may be thinking later.
If it's something we need to come up on, maybe tell us now before later, sir.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Right. So the set of stairs is a wide, actually about almost 10-foot wide spiral staircase that winds down through the rock. Very elaborately carved, a bit scratched up and dusty and everything else like that from time, and these large clawed footprints going up and down them. You can see these kind of scrapes along the wall from like rough textured shoulders scraping against the wall as they come up this way. But it winds down a ways, and you realize, hold on, you do the math in your head real fast here, it's about 20 feet down. This level between this floor and the base of the spiral staircase is about a 20-foot depth. The upstairs ones are about 10 to 15 or so. So this is definitely a farther depth than the previous floors. As you reach the base of the stairway, who's going first? Who's first down the stairs?
I thought
First.
I was
Okay.
definitely leading the way.
Alrighty. So I'm
I'll
gonna
stay in the order that I'm in, like behind everybody, as in range.
As you reach the base, I'll just put you on the map here.
Oh no!
You are kind of back in here. So essentially back in the stairwell here. And what you see ahead of you is this opening that's a little wider than that actually it shows on the map there. It's a good like 8 to 10 feet wide opening, arched opening there. There is a shimmering red aura over that opening there. It won't prevent you from moving through. You don't think looking at it, Eldon, but there is a similar sort of reddish glow to the room beyond. And straight ahead, you can see a massive looking chunk of broken crystal, red in color as well, that has chains attaching it to the floor. Let me just make one little change here real quick.
This reminds you of the statue of what's it called in Grand Theft Auto 4, like the Hillary Clinton statue. When you go in there, there's like a heart, like connected to chains.
I do not remember GTA 4.
No, no, me. I don't even know if I played 4.
You did,
I don't remember.
Oh, wait, how do you know?
because you played with us for a little bit on 360 before it stopped. Right before we stopped playing it.
I played 5 with you. I didn't...
No, you played 5 later. Before that, you did play 4 with us too.
I remember. I remember all of 5. I loved 5. I do not remember 4.
4 was the one with Nico in it.
One sec, real quick. This way. Okay. So again, the whole room beyond has this red colored light, and you see a large chamber open in front of you. And Eldon, your eyes are drawn to that massive looking chunk of red crystal of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
It's easily 3 feet across. That chunk of crystal is there, and these heavy chains holding it down to the floor. But it's just resting on the ground, and you can see there's like large chunks scattered on the floor that you can see around there. And as your eyes, you see across the room, just barely at the edge of your vision there. Although this is well lit enough. Again, it's red light there, coming from strange-looking runes on the wall, on all the walls. As you kind of look around there, you see an archway on the far side. The ceiling easily about 18, 20 feet up. And this archway about an 8 to 10 foot tall archway on the far side here. And you're scanning around the room, broken braziers smashed and recently smashed and broken apart, demolished and bent. And standing over here is a large, red-looking slod. Doesn't see you at the moment. It's sort of like just standing there. And it's actually looking into what looks like a hole in the wall. It's just standing there kind of looking, and for the moment, doesn't seem to notice you. So, what are you doing?
Can I just say, on the way here, I will have filled everybody in on the fact that Alia contacted me and she got back to town safely with the 2 ladies that we rescued.
Okay. Okay. Yes. I believe now we have come to it. Elon's gonna reach down to a little cog on his belt and twist that, and then press the little button, and my force cannon is gonna pop out. There is a slot just on the inside of this.
What color, Eldon?
It is red, yes. And then I'm going to tap my chest, and my little familiar homunculus will flamp off of my shoulder. Okay, So, game plan, everyone.
Yeah, I have one. If y'all want to hurry up with it, I say
You
Sora.
You kind of step back out of view a little bit there, back up into the stairwell, speaking
Yeah.
quietly. Doesn't seem to have
Oh
noticed
yeah, I'd be
you for a moment
whispering, just
here.
like we both are. Yeah, 100% be whispering. And then I say Sora goes out, leads it up, and then we all take it out of range while it comes to her, and we see up with after if we're able to kill it, we seal off that entrance. Oh wait, no, I wouldn't know he came out of the hole yet. You said it to me, but I'm not quite up there. But he would have filled me in on it.
Hold on, you
Right.
can see it's
Yeah.
looking into the hole essentially, so it's kind of like and it's not a huge hole. I mean, it could squeeze through it.
Could the slot
But
have
this-
squeezed out of it?
The slot probably could fit through it there. It's a hole. Just kind of glancing there. It's not a massive like
Yeah,
opening, but it's enough that it could squeeze
we
through.
could squeeze through as well. Eldon, just make sure we keep
Easily.
an eye out for that too, just in case more come out of there. Just be prepared for an ambush.
Yes, quite what I was thinking. I do not see anything else. Real fast.
Anybody else have a better idea?
He did,
And I
he
mean,
did tell
oh,
us.
sorry, Eldon, go ahead.
Oh yeah.
No, go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would just say, does anybody else have a better idea? And I do mean like a better idea. I'm not being facetious here. If anyone has a better game plan, I am all ears.
We need to find out what this red crystal is.
Yeah, we'll have to take care of the slob before we find that out, won't we?
Yeah.
Or can someone do an Arcana check on it? Maybe. I'm incapable myself.
I
I
could look.
believe in Varnak did mention that he had used some sort of a crystal to seal away or imprison
Right.
Grosroth.
That was what I was thinking. Was
Yeah.
All
that
right.
So,
So I don't
seeing
think
this
we
crystal,
have
this
touched
is
crystal.
probably what that was.
right?
Essentially,
Yeah.
it is broken and everything else, but it's lying on the ground. There's still a large chunk there.
Yeah, because this slot is not what we're going after, I presume. Let's take this one out, see what else we got, and kill this main one they're talking about here, shall we?
I do believe that is our current objective.
Sora, if you'd be so kind. But I guess we got to roll. I don't know if we're rolling initiative or if we're attacking this thing or what. But should be
Can
fun.
go out.
We'll take care
We'll
of
go
it.
ahead and everyone will go ahead and do your initial actions
Right,
of where
okay.
you're going, what are you doing, and then
If
we'll
I go
see
right
see what
here,
happens.
if I go right here, I'm going to presume I put myself back behind them just so, but I would be right here on the steps, looking in where he can't see me, but I could see it, and with my rifle drawn.
Sure. Yeah.
Actually,
I
I take that back. I would use my pistol and my hand crossbow because I got a couple of rounds of the poison left just in case.
Okay.
Alden, do you want me to chill touch it, or do you want to do that?
I would say you go ahead and chill touch. I was going to use force right off the bat, just try and knock as much health off the bat, because I don't have chill touch prepared. And
Do we know this is the main baddie before we want to go wasting all our most powerful stuff on it?
no, I'm using mana tech.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. And then bonus action stuff is for free. I was not planning on using heavy resources until we get to
Awesome.
an actual
Chill touch.
situation.
Chill touch is a cantrip. It's just to
Yeah,
stop
okay.
from regenerating.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
What
have
that's right. I just want to
to
make sure.
I have to use the Mizium generator to do chill touch. So I was going to let you do chill touch.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I reckon I'm a sure thing.
Generator for it.
Before we move out, I'm going to cast a bless.
So bless is cast. Amethyst, I'm assuming your mage armor is up there. I'm just gonna go ahead and say your
Yeah, I'll
mage
stick
armor-
that on now.
Wait.
And we
Okay, so
rest. We
You're-
did just come off a long rest, so we have inspiration for the day, right? Okay.
Yes, we do.
Yep. Cool.
You do have your inspiration.
Every
I'll
morning. I
mark,
keep forgetting
I'll
about
mark
that.
that on you guys, so you guys will remember your inspiration.
I
is
just
there.
did it.
Okay.
On mine.
Yeah,
Bless will
use
be
like
on
a
myself,
yellow
Sora,
dot.
and Trevor.
Okay, so
Make
going
sure
out.
everybody's got 11 extra temporary hit points as well.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
So
going
y'all
out.
just want me to go out there and smash face, right?
Yes,
much, yes,
Sora's
yes.
running to smash face. I'm coming right behind
And
you.
we got your back
And-
if anything happens, yeah?
Right. I figure I'll stick more or less in the medium area. We'll leave the squishies kind of
Or-
farther behind.
Let me ask this: before she goes out there, we will not get the surprise round. Should we take our shots first, then let her go up and smack him? He know if she goes
My
out there, he'll
thing
know where we
is,
are right there.
what
away.
is the can Sora even get there in one round?
I can.
Yes,
It's
yes,
30
you
feet
can.
from where I'm
It
at.
is 30 feet. Okay.
My question is, with Eldon out there, you might even—I don't even know if it sees you yet.
Yeah.
Elden's gonna step out when you go out. You're
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I was.
Got it.
That
I'm
was
assuming
me.
Elden's not already standing out
Yeah.
there before.
Yeah,
before
no, I'm not.
Okay,
This
got
is
it. I just wanna
this
make
is the
sure.
discussion before we leave the
Right.
stairs.
Yes.
This is
So
our planning.
your plan is to go there. I got you.
Yep.
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. My
All right.
plan.
So
My plan is to go right there. Here in a
let's
minute.
have everyone in your first round here, as this all unfolds here. Let's go ahead and roll initiative.
I love it. We're gonna die. No, we won't. We got this.
Ignore that.
That music, though. Why? Oh God, I got Lucian rolls. No, 13's not bad.
Okay.
I really
Hold on. There you go. There you go. Everyone's come up here. Okay, is everyone on there now? I believe so. Let me just do this. Okay. So, we can ignore the baddie on the initiative tracker for the moment there because he's not going to get. He won't be able to act in this first round specifically. So, let's go ahead, Lucas. Where do you plan to go, and what do you plan to do in your first round?
Shoot it. That's what everyone else is doing. Everyone else attacking it.
Yep.
Oh, and what? Quick here. Who was the third person that you blessed? It was you, Sora, and
Trevor.
Yeah. Okay.
Or in the chat.
Cool. Oh yeah, that was a different screen there. Got buried. There we go. Cool.
If I can see it from where I am, I'll just shoot it from there.
Probably. Well, the problem is that you have an issue with cover there, so you probably want to do a step inside.
I would literally. I'm actually like on top of the steps. I'm not really there. I just figured that was a better representation of where I was.
Sure.
I guess it would be closer to here than anywhere. Not actually like out here.
I mean, essentially, yeah, you're going to be. You can just use Alt and put yourself a little bit, kind of tuck yourself back in there. That's fine.
Awesome.
All right. So, Lucas, what was your action there? What were you going to do?
Oh,
You're gonna shoot?
Shoot it with a bow.
Okay. All right. Make that attack.
I know, right?
Hey.
Oh God damn it! Well, I can. Fuck.
Okay. So, yeah. So you definitely that arrow sinks into it there. You can just kind of shoot it there. It kind of has its back almost to you, so you just kind of sink it into its back there, as it kind of looks over to trying to see where it came from, and sees people starting to move in. You still have to look at all your. It's all kind of happening simultaneously. So basically, next in the order would be Eldon.
I'm sorry. Could I have done one other thing before we started the combat?
And what were you
Forgot to mention this. It was I was going to click my belt that has the thing that makes me faster on it. The Manatech.
Oh sure, yeah. You guys were walking on the hallway and just doing stuff as you were walking for the most part.
Yeah. So my
a problem.
speed is 35.
Gotcha. Cool.
Cool. Just makes it a little faster. Okay. Here we go. Boop.
Excellent. You definitely hit with that.
Okay, this is my force cannon as I'm running out.
Gotcha. Shoulder mounted cannon. Just
Yes,
Back and
and
forth.
then immediately followed up by attack 3 of these.
Okay. A whole bunch of force damage, which it's not resistant to, so it's going to be
Right.
a total of 9 more. Excellent. And you just see this, it just kind of hits, as he kind of turns a little bit there, it's just kind of hitting him all over his torso.
And for his knocking 5 feet, can I push him over here? Just kind of like away from the hole.
If you want to.
Yeah.
Won't be able to reach him.
Oh, you won't be able to reach
Out of
him?
range. Yep.
He's
Oh,
30
this is
feet
not
is
right.
right where he's at.
Okay, alright. That's fine then.
You can choose.
He's
I
gonna.
just say,
Yeah. Alright, no. Alright, that's fine. He's just kind of like
Okay.
hitting the wall right there. He's not gonna.
okay. All right. So Amethyst, what was your plan here for the first round?
Until touch.
Okay. Excellent. So, move yourself where you want to be standing. You can't quite fit in that from the stairway where you're at.
Ah. Can I be in that square?
Yeah, you can fit there. Yeah.
Am I blocking the door? I'm not blocking the door or anything, am I?
That opening's a little deceptively larger than what it is, so it's not like it isn't that narrow. So yes, you can be in that space.
Mhm.
Essentially, and Trevor's sort of tucked in past the door, so everyone can get. And essentially, you're all moving out in formation, essentially. So no one's in anyone's way at the moment here. So. And so you can go ahead and move yourself there if you want.
I could technically just move one more block out.
Sure.
That's
fine.
God damn it.
Yep. Okay. So yeah. So essentially, the chill touch just barely kind of clips past it and smacks against the wall right here.
Couldn't get a crit there, could I? Had to be on stupid stuff.
Trevor, you are up there. So yeah, so Emma's kind of like moved off to the side there. You got a clear shot from your.
I was gonna say, I got like a bishop. I got like a bishop slot here, right? So I can get the queen.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so I am going to. I'm obviously not going to be using action surge or anything like that, resource heavy, but I am going to take. I don't know that he's immune or not to poison yet, right?
You don't know.
Okay.
You know the blue wasn't.
Okay, so first I'm going to take a shot with my and then
Nope.
I'm going to take. Now I get another regular shot with my sharpshooter, and then I can use my what's it called as a master or as a bonus action, right? All right.
Yep.
Get another shot. I got. No, I would have reloaded. So after this, I would have 3 more shots. Okay. Or sorry, 2 more. All right. Nope. Fuck.
Okay.
All right. Last one is my hand crossbow. It's poison. I'm not going to be using what's it called? Sharpshooter on that.
Okay.
Can I use I
You
forgot.
use inspiration.
Yeah.
You got bless.
You do have bless.
Will 15 hit it? On any of those?
Potentially.
Because I've
Go ahead
been
and roll
blessed.
for the second one definitely won't. The first one might. Let's roll your bless on the first one.
Okay, so a D4, right?
Yep, D4.
Nope.
Okay, so that one, it kind of like clips it, but the bullet just kind of like scrapes off of its shoulder.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll for the third one, the crossbow hand crossbow.
Nope. Oh no, 4 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that one does hit. So
Okay.
essentially, yeah, the first one hit. The second one, it sort of like ducks a little bit as you're kind of trying to shoot it in the head, getting all fancy, and it just basically just pings the wall. But then you kind of train that hand crossbow shot there. Shot thwacks into him. Go ahead and roll your damage on that. Oh, it's 5 piercing. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yep, should have done it.
So yeah, it sinks into him there, and he needs to make that saving throw.
Mhm.
Constitution does not make it. DC was 13, right?
Mhm.
Then he does.
Nice.
Unconscious.
Eldon, what do you want to do, sir?
Okay.
Well away.
So he slumps into that space right there. Sora, you were rushing in there already, so
Then he. Oh shit! Does that mean she's
Yeah.
gonna get a crit on that?
Yeah, it's crit.
you will
Well,
get
before
auto
I go
crit on
in-
your attacks.
All
I am going to
crits.
do this.
Remember,
All
maybe
crits.
spell slots. We,
Also remember, you're blessed too.
but
Yeah,
No, he's
so-
not.
Sora is.
Oh, Sora is, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I thought you said old.
Mm-mm. No, he's not. Just me. Him and.
So
Sure.
you can see it sort of like slumped against the wall at this point. It doesn't fall flat to the ground, but it's basically just like completely. It's kind of leaning against the wall. It doesn't fall into the hole, or it doesn't fall, so it's kind of like wedged into that space a little bit. You get in there, bash away at it. Yeah, no problem. You hit that. Are you gonna go ahead and do the Divine Smite as well, since it is an auto crit?
Yeah, I will. hmm
In that case, go ahead and roll. So what spell slot are you gonna burn here? 1?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's gonna be 4d8 plus another d8 from the bludgeoning there, because it's all crit.
Oh my gosh.
Well, the bludgeoning already went off, correct?
Well,
Or
it didn't
no,
crit though.
that's an extra one. Okay.
Yeah, so you get an extra bludgeoning, so extra d8 from that, and then 4d8 from there. So yeah, so 1825 damage. That's from your
Nice.
first hit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have another hit, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, crit.
I'm just
crit.
saying,
Okay.
Eldon
Like
helped
super crit.
somewhat doing that by knocking the thing down. I just want to point that out. Give that bitch. Oh.
Okay, so it's gonna be. And are you gonna do another Divine Smite on this one?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay. Then again, it's gonna be the same thing. Roll me 5d8 again. And since it's radiant,
Make
doesn't
plus
have
off.
resistance against it.
Thank you for that bless. It's that way. Not bless, but inspiration. Ooh, even cooler music.
You thank him for the bless, and he looks at me with a guilty look on his face because he knows I keep messing stuff.
Okay.
Guys, I didn't have a chance, guys.
Yeah, it is. You can just see. I mean, at this point, because I believe hitting it will break the sleep. No,
Yeah.
it does. Yeah. So essentially, it's all like groggy and everything else, and you just bash, and it's just sort of like wow. I mean, it's pretty much slumped over at eye level with you, but it sort of like blearily turns a gaze to you, just sort of like staggering around on its feet there, trying to do anything. Story, give me a perception check for free while you're standing there.
I also want to do a Thunder Smite for the next time.
Okay, go for it. Bonus action, go for it.
Yeah. You said perception.
Yeah, just while since you're closest person to this spot of the room. Okay, yeah. So your whole focus is on this thing. It's bashing in there. You do yeah. You don't notice anything else beyond that. Okay, so at the bottom of the round, the red here is just, and those of you with a little bit more linguistic skills will realize it's probably saying something, but you don't speak its language. And you hear in response from down this direction.
I thought it was my stomach.
I'm sorry that your stomach sounds that way.
At the moment, though, you just hear the voice. You don't, and you hear something move, and there's there'll be something's moved as from that somewhere down south there from this room here. Something large. We'll just say that. Lucas, you are up. Sora, are you still there? Did you moved?
Around him. I don't know which circle he's in or which square he's in, but I wouldn't be
I
closest
think you were
to that.
Okay, yeah. So I think you got to here pretty much. Was your
Yeah.
where you could reach? Yeah. So right there's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's sort of in between because he's at that opening there, and he's sort of at this point sort of partially wedged into it and kind of blearily looking around, trying to take stock of what's happening. So Lucas, you are up.
Move to there. See, put my bow away. Draw
Yep.
my sword and dagger.
Absolutely. During your move, you swap your stuff and get it out there. Okay. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So you carve into it there. At this point, it's pretty beat up and pulped up from the hammer strikes, and the radiant damage is all scorched across it there. You easily slash it across for the midsection. And again with the other. So at this point, it's just like, and like this blackish green blood is spewing out of its mouth, and it's sort of like looking at the two of you back and forth. Its eye is not quite tracking properly. Anything else you're doing?
No, that's it. Move.
Okay. So it, and when you're both there, you will hear there are some answering growls from beyond the hole where it is. There's from somewhere beyond that. It needs to be a darkened hole. There's no real light spilling coming from there at all, but there's definitely something inside that gap as well. But it does and reaches out there and tries to claw one at each of you. And 17.
Is that at me?
That was the first one's at Lucas there. So
Okay, well then
Lucas.
I'll use my thing.
Okay.
Hit him at disadvantage.
So he basically is this. Okay, this is. Okay, I'm gonna re-roll it then, regardless of the fact that he's at one there. Okay, so his better roll is still 17. So, Lucas, was that gonna hit you?
It would, but I'll use cutting words on it.
Excellent. Okay. So you bark out a command there, and it just kind of flinches just for a moment there in the sword. Since we subtract this to hit.
Yeah.
Okay, and your let me pull up your. What is your AC again? Pull up my cheat sheet. Got that.
Yeah,
Yep,
just-
that'll do it. So yeah, it just misses you. So basically, again, that claw's coming at you, and it just you just bark that word, and he flinches just a moment. So you just kind of just wisp past your face as those long, raking claws come across you there. With claw attack at Sora, 18 does not hit you. So again, you just kind of get that shield into place there, block that thing. The claw just clatters across it there. Sparks will fly off it a little bit there as the
18
magical
is
orb
my
of the
armor
shield.
class.
I thought you were 19.
No, 18.
Oh, 18 is.
I'm 19.
That's
Eldon's
right.
19.
Okay then. So yeah, we'll claw across you then. So 7 piercing damage. It's basically, essentially, you managed to block the wrist, but the hand is so long that the claws just kind of still manage to dig into your shoulder, past there, and scratch into your arm, and it just kind of pushes your shield down a little bit for 7 damage. And then it's going to try to bite. Let's see which one of you it bites. We'll just go ahead and say. Let's see here. 1, 2, it's Sora. 3, 4, it's Lucas. 1, 2, it's Sora. Tries to bite.
Sora does need to make a con save, don't you?
I
No, she
do.
doesn't. No, you don't.
My bonus.
Oh,
my bonus
okay.
action hasn't gone up yet.
Oh, sorry for that. Yes. So
Yes.
you need to make 2 con saves for your concentration on your Thunderous Smite.
Yeah.
But you don't need to worry about the disease because you're a paladin.
Yeah,
It can't
I was
implant- it cannot
saying
implant
for
things into you. Yeah,
I was
yeah.
saying for Thunder
So
Smite.
again, essentially, you're kind of pushing around there. It does bite you for 6 more piercing, as the teeth kind of sink into you a little bit there. And because that didn't work, it will have. Okay,
11.
that's it. That'll do it. You need a 10 or higher. You're fine. And 1 more for the second attack. No problem. Yeah, yeah. So you're kind of you're used to taking hits. These things have been hitting you for a little while now, so you're kind of just shrugging it off there as you hold onto that thunderous smite there, ready to go. All right, that is it. Eldon, you are up. This thing is there.
Yes.
You are aware that there's answering calls essentially from down here and now
And-
back here.
Right. So I wanted to come over
Potentially.
here to make sure I could still hit this thing as I'm running by, just to see I can get a better look. So just to see if I can get a better look at what's happening. I am. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I've got vision here. 60. No, not 60, 30 feet.
I will say because this chamber is lit and this chamber is not back here. You definitely see that there's a thing there. There is something large over on this side of the room in there. You can't quite make out details, but a large hulking figure there that's kind of essentially taking up some
Coming.
space.
Yeah. Okay. Then I'm gonna go ahead and unleash a sonic blast.
Okay.
A red one. I need him to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay. Doesn't make it.
No.
He does have advantage, and he rolled well, but
Right.
not well enough.
not
But
well
go ahead and
enough.
roll
So
that.
2d12.
Oh god. Yes. It's his version of Toll the Dead. It's just
Yeah. Oh well, not the best roll.
not great.
Not great.
Okay.
Bonus action.
Okay, it staggers from the sonic onslaught. Wait, that is.
Yeah,
It,
here
what,
we go.
what damage type is that? Is it still?
That was necrotic.
Okay, it was, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Eldon knows what these
Sure.
things are immune to. Now anyway, after so many times.
Sure.
Additional
Yeah.
like
All right. So essentially, yeah, that it's sort of reeling from the necrotic tolling of the sound in its ears, sort of like its eardrums kind of rupture as this goo kind of pours down the side of its face there, and the eldritch cannon just fires that force bolt center mass and just blows a chunk out of it as it collapses and dies right there.
Nice.
Alrighty.
Sweet.
Amethyst.
Hello.
You know, there's something down here. It's not coming to view yet. Something in the other chamber. And there's something beyond the red that's not coming to view either. Of course, now the red's kind of in the way. Because there's this massive 9-foot tall thing wedged into a 8-foot opening.
That is no way to talk about Trevor.
There's nothing massive about Trevor. What are you talking about?
Well, there might be a thing or two. There might be a thing or two. My rifle's really big for my size. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Relax.
halfway.
It's a munchkin.
Sorry. I know your ego is at least that big.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're enormous.
That's the two
Okay,
things. You're right. The rifle and the ego, man. That's all I'm talking about. Sorry, I love that movie. Sorry.
I was just watching it.
Where?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Gonna
TV.
get closer. I don't really want to get too close to this crystal
Okay.
or to anything else, really. But
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So, do you want to ready an attack or an action of any kind, or just want to see what transpires?
I guess I can do. I can try to cast Chill Touch on whatever comes through. If
Okay.
it's a slod. Or
Okay.
if it's not. even if it's not, I suppose.
Alrighty, no worries. Yeah. So yeah, you the chill touch is kind of formed around your hand there. The dark energy crackling around your hand as you kind of outstretch there, getting ready to unleash whatever comes out that way. All right. So I'm gonna put a little symbol on you. Essentially, you're gonna have a little. We'll put a little green one on you. Basically, you're green, ready to go with a spell. Trevor.
All right.
Kind of same boat for the moment. You don't see any targets in view yet.
I'm coming out right here. Eldon told me where I could expect to see him. I'm going to hold my action until I can see his face, and I'm taking a shot with my rifle. My rifle would be out by now.
Your rifle in place there. Remember, you will get one shot with with it ready to attack. So cool. All right.
I got you.
So you are lined up to take a shot there. So you get again. I will say this, even though this technically would give some cover, I will give it to you that you're basically lined up to take a shot at whatever fits through there.
Go right here if need be.
He's a sharpshooter.
He's not working for the rifle yet.
Because it's so since it's so overpowered, he's making me wait a little bit till he gives it to me until I've learned to use the rifle more since it's a new weapon.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
And the sights aren't quite dialed in yet.
Yep.
So, yeah.
We'll work on that.
All right. So you are also ready to take a shot. I'll put a little green circle on you that you have a ready to action as well.
This thing's gonna die if it appears. Like, oh god.
All right. So you will hear from that chamber. You hear a low voice, sort of like, "You've got company," and there's some sort of a thwack. You don't know. It's the sound of something hitting something. As we will go ahead and bring him out.
I am terrified right now.
Suspense,
excited.
Suspense is killing. Oh, great.
So you will see emerging from this space here.
Oh no!
And remember, this archway is about 12 feet, about 10 to 12 feet tall, and it has to kind of fit through it. And so you realize this thing's about a little over 12 feet tall, and it is just massive, huge shoulders. And where the red of the slod were sort of that rubbery, frog-like skin, this has spines all across the crest of the head and down over the shoulders, down the arms into massive clawed hands. The mouth is still frog-like, but you can see this massive serrated set of teeth all around there, almost like a shark practically. A broad chest, massive, thick hide of this thing here, and it just steps into view.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How's his belly and chest look? Specifically his belly.
Nothing. I mean, it's still thick hide there. You're not really seeing. You're not seeing any weak spot there specifically.
Okay, got it.
So, it steps into view.
This shot is gonna.
He will replace him for you in his food.
As Grosherlock comes into view.
Gross.
And those of you that held actions can take your shots.
And I was going to ask, that's what I was getting ready to say, but you were talking, I didn't want to interrupt. This will be a winging shot. Then I'm going to spend a grip point.
Okay.
The winging shot's the one that knocks him down, right?
If on a strength, it's make a strength save, I believe. Yep.
Okay, it's my rifle.
Okay. You are still blessed. So with, Amethyst.
It's not going to matter.
Okay. Yep. Actually, those both hit.
Mm-hmm.
So, Amethyst, your damage on that chill touch.
Nice.
Nice. Very good. Okay. As the blackened space kind of forms on its shoulder as the chill touch impacts there, and you see that blackened spot appear there. Trevor, you're 14 damage. Excellent. Okay, so it kind of sees that and sees all of you and go ahead and So 1, 2. It's gonna rush right up here.
Did it make
stop?
Did it make its attack?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
What's the DC on it?
The winging shot is a strength saving throw of 14 or be knocked prone.
He's okay.
Oh, yeah, he is. But he's gonna. Oh wait, no. I have to make an attack roll.
So
Yeah.
he gets up to there, and this thing, as it's coming toward you, Eldon, is getting larger and larger and larger. As you realize, it's about 4 times your size, as it's just looming over you. And where he is, he will just, and just this massive claw comes down in your direction. There, first attack. 15.
Could you stop, Jim? Christ.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Yeah.
Okay. And essentially, he will another claw. Now you have some tricks, I know, don't you?
Yeah, but my tricks won't be to 25. They'll be to 24, just not a 25.
Okay. All right. So essentially, it stopped. It does have a 10-foot reach with those claws, long arms out there, and just. And there's no bite because that doesn't have a 5-foot reach. So he does step in there. And with this, you are aware that he does not, that damage does not heal that he took. Actually, never mind. It happened this turn. So let me put that on him so I don't forget. He has.
And Jim,
do that. Okay.
can I go under that crystal?
It's resting on the ground. So you
Okay.
can go over it. You can go around it there. It's not. It's only about 3 foot, a 3-foot chunk of crystal. The chains are just slack. They're just lying on the ground there, so you can go around it, no problem. Okay, that's his turn. Sora, you are up there. So this thing just came over there. You can just hop over it. There's not a problem there. It's just kind of a quick step around and over it.
I think we should avoid touching the crystal if we can.
Thunder Smite is still going.
It absolutely is. Go ahead and make that attack.
15?
Nope. Essentially, yeah. That first strike just kind of and just scraped off of its eye there. Doesn't have a solid shot there. Thunderous Smite's still active though, so you can do it next time. So you do another attack.
That'll hit him.
There you go.
There you go.
So, in this case, it did roll
Oh,
the
that's
crit
a
damage
crit.
on that.
So guess
It
what
sure
else
is.
I'm doing?
Yes. So,
Yes, I am. Hmm.
you gonna do a second level?
I am. Yes, I am.
Okay. So, that's gonna be then the Thunderous Smite is 2d6.
Thunder Smite is 2d6,
Yeah,
and you can
2d6.
hear it 300 feet away.
Okay. So it's gonna be 4d6 from the Thunderous Smite, and then you're doing a 3d8, so it'll be 6d8 on the Divine Strike. Because you can do them both.
Woo, paladins!
Yep.
So here's a 4d8.
Sure. 4d6. So the
Sorry.
Thunderous Smite. No worries.
I will
Yeah, you
do
want to roll
that.
it again? Yeah.
There's a 4d6.
Excellent. Okay.
You said how many?
An additional
6d8.
2. Yeah, an additional 2d8.
No, 6d8 extra. She's doing a second level spell slot, 3d8 doubled the 6d8. Because she's doing Divine Smite on top of the Thunderous Smite, which paladins can do.
You said 68, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
so roll 4 more. Yep.
30.
Oof.
There you go.
23, 34, 52 damage. So Sora just runs in there and you just slam this thing kind of midsection, because I mean it's about 12 feet tall. So you kind of reach up there and just hit it like just below the sternum, and just there's a blinding flash of divine energy as it just explodes out. And this thing actually does look down as it takes the 52 damage.
Look at me, pretty.
And Sora, at the end of your turn, let's see. Let me just pull this up here. Sorry, I need to grab a. Where's my template? There's my. Nope. Where's my template? There we go. All right. Yep, that'll do.
Well then, okay, hello.
Okay. So, at the end of its turn, at the end of your turn, so that was your attack. You moved. You want to use a bonus action?
Do you want to use a bonus action?
Okay.
Shield of Faith.
Okay. Not a bad thing to go. So on you or somebody else? I would assume you.
Yeah, on me.
Okay, no problem. So you get the Shield of Faith goes up there. Your armor class goes to 20 now, correct?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. So at the end of your turn, you will see this thing just kind of like reaches out, and the crystal shards, these red shards on the ground there, suddenly whip up into a whirlwind that hits a 10-foot radius. So right here, I need to have Sora, Eldon, and Trevor all make dex save, as these little red shards of crystal, of some sort of crystalline, jagged crystals, whip around all of you.
Finally, something I'm good at. 22.
Okay.
And that actually is with advantage, by the way, but I didn't roll advantage on purpose, but that is with advantage. But 22.
I was trying to gather myself from taking a massive hit, and I'm going to take another hit.
Okay. So this is a piercing, slashing damage. Eldon, you'll take 18. Trevor and Sora will take 9. As the shards whip around you and just shred you, every bit of exposed skin there, and they just settle to the ground around you.
Thank you, Rob, for those extra hit points.
I am down to 20 health.
Yep. You'll be good.
All right, then.
Yeah, potions too.
Lucas, you will hear, and we'll just, for the moment at least, you hear some sounds from the passageway, from the little opening over here, and the red slod corpse starts to shift and get pushed as something in the space beyond is shoving the body out of the way. So it's kind of shoved partially out of the way. That's going to be their action, but you will see a smaller sized blue slot. Oh shoot! Don't do that. Come on. There we go. Start to push through this opening. It can't make an attack. It uses its action to push this thing out of the way, but it does move into that space essentially. And you see there's another larger. From your angle, you can kind of see there's another one behind it. Can't quite see it yet, though. That's their actions. Lucas, you're up. So this thing is basically there now. It's not quite in melee with you. You could move away from it without drawing an attack because you were standing back a little bit. It shoved the body out of the way, but it doesn't have reach on you yet.
If I move to there, can I see into that? Whatever it is behind, is it a room?
Essentially, yeah. So I'll give a little bit of space in there. You will see a little bit more. There's some sort of a rough-hewn passage. We'll kind of do that. Boop.
Oh
And there's
no!
another blue slot behind there. Just sort of again, it's sort of looming behind the smaller one. They're just kind of, but again, it can't fit through there just yet. So you can definitely see that there are 2 blues back there, but the front one is much smaller than the back one.
I am going to use my Cittern and cast.
Oh, nice. Okay. So that's going to be a save from them. I didn't pull up their token yet. There we go.
It's basically a 30-foot cube, so
Yeah, you can fill the space behind it. Yeah.
yeah, fill the space behind it.
Okay, so the small one will save first. Nope. And the one in the back, what's the DC? 16? Nope.
16.
So basically, yeah, it's literally they both kind of just stop, and just kind of like the heads just start to move a little back and forth,
Yeah.
and just sort of like stare off into the distance there. Anything else, Lucas?
I'll move. Have a range of that swirling things in case it happens again.
And that hypnotic pattern is concentration, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Kind of there, yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's that. Let me just see if one thing real quick here. Nope. Okay. Cool. So essentially, at the end of your turn. No, that's fine. Lucas, Eldon, you are up.
Okay, that hurt. So bonus action first. $16 hitting?
Big guy? Nope. Just thugs off his hide.
Ah, that's what I thought. Okay. That's unfortunate. Alright. So that's good to know. Okay.
He's really the
Well,
dull.
I'll take an attack of opportunity if I do that.
Oh, he's got the 10. Yeah, that range. That's right.
And I don't want to take. Actually, alright, here we go. Let's risk it. Elon is my action. I'm going to attempt to do a Misty Step.
Okay.
So, Arcane DC 14.
Okay.
Okay, no.
Okay.
So that is a D6 on that. You want to roll that?
You go ahead and roll. Let me pull that up for you.
Okay.
Where's my... Go. Sorry.
That was my way of getting out of it. I just want to read that one more time. Just what it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second level spell. Okay.
On a failed check, you cast a different spell than the one you intended. Randomly determine the spell by casting. So, does it happen on me, or does it just release wildly?
It depends. I would say in this case you have targets around you. Last time when the thunder wave went off, there was no target besides you, so it hit you. So in this case, it could hit somebody else, or even him. So one blur. Okay. So I will say this.
Because blur is a self.
Self only.
spell. Yeah, stealth
So
only.
yeah, so blur on you. You get blur.
Okay, well there we go.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Well,
let me
now-
put a little.
Disadvantage to attack me now. Well, that's
Yep.
actually helpful.
I'm gonna put a little bit of a. I don't know.
And that expends my second one. A second one.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
A little wavy lines there on you. So, you
There's my
can
turn.
move if you want to try. You want to try to move out of his reach?
Yeah. Why not?
Because
Okay.
you're gonna. Oh my gosh.
He
mean-
attacks with disadvantage.
Yep.
That'll be the time to do it then.
Yeah.
Okay, so you back away. He will take this strike.
Yeah.
Nope.
Does not
Oh,
hit.
thank goodness. Okay.
And so essentially, he's got this pallet, this hard, chunky paladin right in front of him, and so essentially he kind of reaches out there and just sort of like has to take away the right angle to swipe at you as you back away. All right, Amethyst. Bulky armor and such, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Am I doing chill touch again, or shall I just damage him? What do you think?
Damage him. Kill him now.
I can't kill him.
Sure you can.
I can stop him from regenerating.
Even better.
I say get the blue ones.
What? No.
No.
Get
Kill
the
the leader
blue
first.
one.
No.
Why?
I have no idea what's going on the other side of the battlefield. Y'all, I got that big crystal in the middle of the way. I
Right.
just know there was more coming in.
Yep.
Yeah.
We need to focus on killing the big one, then seal up the entrance if we can, and kill the others.
So,
Yeah. Focus firing definitely right now.
Big one. But Amethyst, whatever you choose is fine, because everything helps.
Real fast here, I want to just double check something quick.
Because I can say this thing's about to take a lot of damage. Probably.
I mean, you do know your total does 2d8 damage. You can. I mean, there's plenty of things you can. You are aware that it is resistant to most elemental type damage.
yeah. But not psychic.
Not.
And yeah,
And or force and necrotic.
Or necrotic.
you are aware that these guys are hypnotized. They're not moving currently. The two
Mhm.
blues.
Yeah.
Like I said,
That's
something's
why I need to
controlling them.
focus on the big guy. I'm just going to chill touch this guy.
Yep.
Or attempt to. I'll probably miss.
Nah, you got this one. I got faith in it. There you go.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Nice.
Good damage too.
Nice. Good
Alright,
damage.
So,
That's awesome.
and you absolutely will keep that down on him. He's not regenerating. So, all right. So, yeah, you just see another blackened spot appear on his torso there, nearby where the radiant blast of energy from Sora's hit is sort of like kind of seeping into the same spot there, and it's just not letting it regenerate at all. Anything else we do as a bonus or anything?
No.
Okay. All right. In that case, Trevor, you are up.
I'm gonna go right here in front of Eldon, look over at Big Boy over here, and say, "You hurt my friend. Smile, you son of a bitch." And I'm gonna look right at him, and I'm gonna like lick my finger and like touch the sights on the rifle, and I am going to take 2 shots, and blow with my rifle. And in order to do that, obviously I have to use action surge. It's the big guy. It's time to do it. So yeah.
Okay.
Say it won't be with sharpshooter.
It's
Yes.
Not yet.
Don't forget, you can. Well, let's turn that.
Mhm.
Definitely hit. Blast in the shoulder, chunk of flesh going flying off the side there.
I'll smile at him and say, "One more time."
24 hit. Perfect, like symmetry, like the left shoulder, right shoulder, just
Yep, and
each arm there as it hits.
I have a bonus action, so I'm going to see what I can do with that real quick. It's not going to be much. Can't use the crossbow.
eventually it would be giving yourself advantage.
Can't use my Yeah, and I can't use my grapple gun because I don't have it out right now. So yeah, that's my turn.
Did you action surge?
Yeah, I had to use 2 shots. I can't do 2 shots with the thing, right?
No, it's a weapon. You can fire it twice.
Oh, then I
Bang,
have to do
bang.
it 2 more times then, and that's going to
Yeah.
be the
Bang, bang.
all I can do because I only
Yeah.
got that many more.
Yeah.
No, actually, I have 2 more shots after that. Awesome. Okay, let's kill this thing then, shall we?
Yeah, we were building the 4-6 shot one, right?
You finished the 6 shot.
Yeah, we finished the shot.
Okay.
You have one
Yeah.
6 shot, yes.
Yes.
You have
yeah,
2
yeah.
I
shots
fired-
before, now it's be yeah.
Yep, I fired twice with my rifle. Have not fired my rifle previous to that, so I have 4 more shots. I'm taking 2 now.
Perfect. Perfect.
Oh, I want these green squares off you guys.
24, 13.
24.
1 more shot.
All right.
Nice.
Told you I was going to kill you. Nope, not that one.
Okay.
That one.
So
You
essentially,
are blessed.
yeah.
You are blessed.
Yeah, so a D4. Thank you.
Roll that d4.
I didn't know how to put it on there on my actual roll. 18.
That'll do it.
Gotta do it.
It's like, so
Yep.
you say like it's like left shoulder, left hip, right hip, and yeah, he's looking pretty beat up there.
Yep.
He's looking really messed up at this point because just
Yep.
chunks of flesh, and none of it's healing because of the chill touch, and so he's just. At the end of your turn, he looks at you and just and puts a hand out there, and
Yep. I'll smile at him and like kind of wave the rifle over, like, come on.
and he will.
And-
oh,
Can I use the rest of my movement to go right here, or no? Or is it too late? Okay. Actually, right
Yeah,
there.
fine.
Yeah.
sure,
Alright,
that's
cool.
fine. Okay.
That's
He will go ahead and use a legendary action to
it. Of course you will.
hit you for 13 psychic damage as it just
I
as you
knew
just see this chaotic burst of just imagery and sounds and tastes and as it just burrows into your mind and flares with this
Yep.
just insane
How much did you say it was again?
It hurts.
13 psychic damage.
13. So I take 11 damage in total.
We
Oh,
took
hold on.
some. You already took
Yeah.
some from
The rest
start,
of my
so-
two. The rest of my 2 hit points that I'm
Gotcha.
referring.
11. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So yeah, just
Crap. Hold on.
And now it's his turn. So he's just.
I just look up and like, I deserve that, and like that kind of thing.
He looks at Sora, and it's just. I mean, you're the one there, so this is gonna be.
Bring it on.
Okay, so
Take it.
first one just kind of reaches down with the claw there, and he does look down at its wounds. Does not have advantage, so 18
I'm
does not
so
hit.
glad that I have that on.
Okay. Second claw, no. So the first one you just kind of dodge out of the way. The second one you just bash aside with his shield, and now it just leans down in there to bite, and its mouth is wide across there as your torso. That's gonna hit for 11 piercing and 3 acid. As you can see, this like dripping just goo in its jaws and its teeth there as it bites down into you for total 11 damage.
That hurt, y'all.
Yep. That's that. It can't do that.
Yeah, as a reaction, I'm going to try and reduce that damage with cutting words.
Sure, go for it. Okay,
Two
so
left.
2 less damage there. Yep. Take 2 hit points back there, Sora.
Got it.
And then it's gonna go ahead and be smart and shift
What?
around you to
That's not
here.
a thing. Monsters
now-
aren't supposed to be smart.
Eldon's in range again with his 10-foot reach. So
What do you do?
Eldon's like, you see him shift around there, he's like, and he kind of positions himself so he's kind of like Sora over here and you're over here. So it's like essentially now he already attacked her, so he doesn't have any more attacks specifically. So there's that.
He's flanked, correct?
There's no flanking, and
I
Eldon doesn't have a
understand.
melee weapon. Normally he'd be outnumbered, but Eldon does not have a melee weapon, so he is not considered outnumbered at this point. Actually, Eldon's not in melee range right now, so even if he was, Okay,
Just
you shift
move
around.
around.
Oh
there.
no! Oh,
Okay.
Why not?
I'm gonna try and thunder wave him away from me, but it's fine.
You can also.
I
you
can
also,
move. I'll move. Yeah.
well, you also have the cannon too. You'll knock him back.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. So you smack into there. Anything to add to that, or just straight up?
Nope, that's just straight up hitting him.
Okay. So you just hammer, just basically cracks into the arm there and bends it a little bit weird out of the way.
Oh,
That one I will, though.
Oh,
yes.
oh no.
I love that. Oh
Hey.
no!
Mm-hmm.
That is my last divine smite I can do for the day. So
Second level?
definitely doing that.
Is that a second level?
Yep, it sure is.
Oh, praise
6d8.
praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Praise God, from whom all blessings flow.
You mean Bahamut. Alright,
Praise
so
him, all
how many
creatures.
D8? Hey, Rolly, how many D8?
58.
'Cause
6?
3d8 double. Yep. Using a second level slot, so 3d8, then double it up.
Oh, whoa. Besides those 3 ones, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. So 1738. Oh, God.
I feel like
So
it
it's
I feel so. There's somebody out here. Oh,
My
sorry.
record damage I get to reroll too, right?
What's that?
Oh no, it already did that. Never mind, you're correct. Yeah, so it's 34, 35 bludgeoning damage. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, it's 21 radiant and 14 bludgeoning.
Yep.
Not that he cares about. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, he is just beat to crap there. You will see, just frankly, the left side of its torso just gets blasted away. Like there's this gaping hole in its side right now. It is just dripping, and there's chunks of bone sticking out of it, and it's just like, and
Nice.
it's just not looking. Yeah.
Guys, we have.
Oh, and he
tools.
doesn't seem
Art.
to be regenerating either. What a shame. I said,
Yep.
what a shame he's not
End of
regenerating.
your turn. Okay. Let's see. Who's up here? Yeah, it's gonna do it again. So it will kind of reach out behind him, and you just see this wave of shards swirl up and around. It's gonna hit. He's gonna center it Racy right here. So it'll be Lucas, Eldon, and Sora. I'll give me a deck save.
What's the save?
Lucas, Eldon, and Sora?
Sorry. Trevor, Eldon, and Sora. Yeah, it's centered right there. Yeah, sorry.
Give you a what? Sorry.
Deck save.
Deck save. Advantage on those. Nice.
Advantage on those?
I do.
Roll again. Oh, you do.
Yeah, 17.
Okay, 17.
Oh wait, bless. I get a D4 on that, right? Or am I still blessed?
Sure. You still make it. It's DC 14.
Okay, cool. Then yeah. I'm good.
I failed
Yeah,
mine.
Okay, so you will take 21 slashing damage, Sora. Eldon, Trevor, you will take 10.
Ooh.
Eldon, what about you?
10. I got a 18.
Oh yeah, 18 there. Yeah, see, I missed it. Yeah. All right, so 10 more. Yep. As they just shards rip around through you and everything else. And it's just like... And... Hypnotic Pattern, these are saves at the end of... Or is it just they failed it and they're just done?
They're done, unless someone wakes them up or they
Okay.
take damage.
Okay, so they are just literally wedged over in there, just kind of at this point, just kind of like waving back and forth.
And my shield falls off.
Oh wow, okay. So you're actually, I thought
You
does,
attacked me.
Well, no, I mean, I said, does Shield of Faith require concentration?
Yes.
It does. Okay, good.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, it
So,
does.
all right. So yeah, so you're extra. Yeah. So you see the wavering field around you shifts and goes away. These two aren't doing anything. They are stuck there. Lucas, you are up. This thing's in obviously bad shape and it's not regenerating, so he's not going to last much longer by the look of it.
I still don't want my hypnotic pattern to drop if he hits me. I will shoot him with a bow.
Okay. Take that shot. 17 will hit. Only get the 7 damage, so 7. Oh. So yeah, solid hit. Thwacks into him there. I'll put him there, that's fine.
As a
Just
bonus,
Just stinks. Oops. Sorry, go ahead.
bonus action, I will cast Healing Word on Sora.
Okay. Nice. 14.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
I have 10 health.
I'm not far behind you, dude. You're not the only one. I took a couple
Yes.
of psychic hits that were a nightmare.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay, so Sora, you have more hit points there. Lucas, you're done. Eldon, you are up.
Bonus action, I'm shooting something and missing. And then my main action, I'm going to cast a 2nd level Cure Wounds on myself.
Excellent.
Well, that's my turn.
Okay. Trevor, end of his turn. He is still looking at you from those 4 gunshots up there,
Look over and smile.
and you just see that same onslaught there in your head, like that's the worst migraine possible, as you take 14 more psychic damage.
I got a question. Does he have to roll for that, or is that just something he can do?
I just did 22, 24. Did
All
you see
right.
it in chat?
Well, I'm gonna
Yeah.
say if it hits, then he has to re-roll it. If I can do that once, but I don't know if it's like I need to read that real quick. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Well, because it's an attack, do I see it coming? Am I able to do my reaction?
Is it psychic attack? Isn't
Uh,
it melee attack? Yeah, he's really not attacking. It's anything within 60 feet. You can just go bonk.
Okay,
And-
is it an attack roll or no?
It is an attack roll, yes. So you want me
Okay.
to roll?
Yeah, it has to re-roll, please. On that on that one, it just hit me, and that's my only second chance. Yeah, still hits.
Okay. So, I'll give you the second damage.
I need
You
better
get
than
9
14.
psychic.
Well, no, I would have took that 10 though, right? Like I'm fine with that.
Oh, it would have been 14
No.
originally.
It would have been 14, but now you get
But
9.
now you get 9. Take
Okay,
the
cool.
9.
I'll take it.
So,
Good.
Um,
That would have put me down to like 6 hit points if I wouldn't have done that.
okay. So
And-
Amethyst, you are up.
Oh wait, it wasn't my turn. I can't do that.
What?
Oh,
I thought I could just do that. No, it has to be, because it's considered your bonus action to do that.
oh, wow.
So I'm going to take that, and I'm going to take all that. Then, how much was it again? Sorry,
14.
but that does give me that back then because I couldn't do it, which is nice to know. Oh my, that's what I get for being honest with myself, eh?
Mhm. Yes, Amethyst, you are up.
I'm just going to keep trying to stop him from regenerating, failing miserably.
Nope, you're doing amazing. Don't forget it.
No, I failed.
Nope, you're doing
Don't forget
great.
you do have inspiration.
Yeah, you do.
Version.
Yeah, I'm going to reroll it.
Mm-hmm.
Rolled off a crit on an 8. Oh, that was
So
devastating.
close. And since
Oh.
it does just sort of like you see that darkened energy kind of reaches out there, and it just sort of like it after that psychic assault there, it just reaches up and just like kind of like pushes the energy away from it somehow.
Crap, I didn't mean to move.
And that's no problem.
If only I had
Whatever it
left.
was.
One sec, real quick. I want to check something. Trevor, I want to point out here, you're looking at your ability, which is your halfling lucky. Second chance is you use your reaction. So yes, you definitely.
So yeah.
I'm going to take that. I'm going to give myself those hit points back.
Absolutely, yes.
Because I was looking at second win, not second chance. That's why. Okay.
That's why. Second
Got
chance.
it. Awesome.
Yeah, like,
that just saved my life.
I'm like, second chance wouldn't do anything. It was only had you burned your bonus
you
action,
saved
you'd
my
never
life.
be able to use it. So
You literally saved my life. I appreciate that. Thank you.
no problem.
'Cause I was on 8 hit points because of that.
Yep.
And it is my turn. coming.
Anything else want to do as a bonus?
Like second win? Oh no.
No, not me.
Emma,
Uh,
that's-
Not my turn yet.
I'm going to move a bit because I think we're more of a target if there's more of us together.
Sure. Makes sense. All right. Trevor.
Yep. I'm going to look at him and smile one more time. I look like I'm getting ready to cast second wind on myself to give myself a little bit of health. But I just point my rifle and I smile a little bit. And I'm going to take my last 2 shots before I have to reload.
Okay.
First one hits.
Definitely hits.
That was a lot of dice for some reason.
Second one did not hit.
Yep. Then that's...
You want
I
to use
can't-
your inspiration?
No, I already did earlier. Can't do it.
Okay.
Bonus action to heal yourself.
Yeah, but the second shot's not a bonus action, right? That's just a second attack I get. So I will definitely roll that D10 plus D6 for my... Or plus 6, I mean, for my thing.
Okay. Heal up a bit.
I'm trying, but it's not... It's being weird.
No worries.
End my turn and
So-
do it if you want to move on, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, it just tears into its raised chest, and he staggers from the shot, just and literally stumbles off to the side there. It will get. Oof,
Not bad, eh? Almost max, yo. Nice,
Almost
I like it.
max.
excellent.
Went away
excellent.
from it.
You get away from it there and just and reach out, and it's looking down at you, Sora, and just
You ruined everything.
I sure did.
and it's just gonna flat out attack you. Put all of its attacks into you. See what it can do. First attack. Nope.
Miss.
Second one.
Hit.
19 will hit. For 7 piercing damage.
It says...
Ignore
12.
that.
Oh, okay, got it.
It rolls with advantage and it counts as
Got
one
you.
or the other, so I ignore that. So
We'll take...
and now it will so really that claw reaches out there and just grabs into your side and just pierces in there as it reaches down to bite.
Misses.
And you manage to get that shield up into place so the bite just kind of can't get down on you there. And you can see as it's biting, there's like something in its mouth, like moving and shifting in its mouth, and you see this sort of weird thing as because you can looking right up into it there as it, and this thing like shifting and like it looks sort of like a cluster of grapes almost.
Oh, no.
And it's just sort of like they're trying, and so, but you have it blocked and it can't latch onto you. As that is its turn, Sora, you're up. It's just looming over you, one claw stuck in your side.
Kill it.
With fire.
We know
not.
that it is pretty close to death. You said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, he's missing chunks at this point, and it's not. It did regenerate a little bit. Because this time it did actually manage to regenerate,
Yeah, I was just going to say
but
that.
not enough. Like it's
6 bludgeoning,
okay.
and then again.
Okay.
8 more bludgeoning.
Okay. Sora, how do you kill this thing?
I'm gonna shove my hammer in its mouth and just kind of wiggle it around and bash it.
Okay. So you just the mouth is still open. You still see it. You just slam the hammer into its mouth there, and just it sort of like reflexively clamps down a bit on the hammer, the head there, and it sort of glows in your hand. You can see the kind of that dull glow that you saw when you last were meditating and saw the hammer glow for the first time. The glow continues, and you just rip it out and just take all of its teeth and just shatter as you pull the head back out of the hammer there, smashing up into his jaw, and the whole head rocks back as this thing just and just slumps to the side. And
1 down.
it is down. Now, the two over here seem to be unaware of anything. They're just standing there. Just sort of see to whatever pattern. What does their pattern look like, Lucas?
Just waves of colours rippling through the air, all rainbow coloured.
Well, it's Pride Month.
Wow.
So essentially, they're just standing there, like waving back and forth. And as the massive thing falls and just hits the ground with a heavy impact, they sort of blink for a second, and then both just stop moving and just stand for a second, just staring. The pattern is still going off, and they're still there, but they're just sort of blank, as if they're not quite there for the moment. They just have this black look on their face there. As when the music, the pattern was going, and this thing, they were still sort of moving and shifting with the pattern, and now they're just perfectly still, eyes forward, not moving at all.
Okay, it's not my turn yet. Never mind.
Lucas.
We heard that voice, by the way, that says we got company. Did we hear that towards that way where they are, or somewhere else?
It was down here, and to reiterate, it was like, haha, you have company. And then there was a sound of someone being hit.
Oh,
Whack.
okay, got it.
Do we know if the Slod regenerate from unconsciousness, or once they're dead?
From your experience, that no, they if essentially they on their turn, if they have at least 1 hit point, they'll regenerate. Otherwise, they don't. It's not like trolls that will keep going no matter what, unless you burn them with fire. Slod, as long as they have 1 hit point, they will regenerate, which is kind of what happened. It was down to like 3.
Right. I'm gonna move down.
Okay.
Get a better look what's in there.
All right. You do have dark vision, so you will see inside this room. We'll go ahead and reveal this area. And one more thing. Right. Okay. So you will see a number of things. First off, a large metal circle set into the floor. Remains of tables, furnitures, bookcases that are just shattered and smashed all over the place. A large fountain in the back wall. And in this corner over here, chained, his arms, his hands chained to the floor. Essentially, he can't stand up. Essentially, but so it's kind of crouched on the floor, and actually at this point, sort of like weakly, like resting against the wall. A human, dark hair, scraggly beard, very dirty and unkempt.
I know. I can't say anything.
So,
I hate it.
how long does your pattern last for?
Male pattern ball this a while. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I feel that. I feel that deep inside.
A minute.
Okay.
Longer.
All right. So at this point, you've got about maybe 30 seconds or so before that pattern is going to drop.
I was just making
So
sure
just-
there's no other enemies in that room.
Yeah.
Really.
You don't see anything. You see looks to be unconscious or barely conscious, chained to the floor in the corner back there. Fountain, ruined furniture, summoning circle of some kind on the floor there. That's all you see. No other enemies that you can see moving around.
I use the rest of my turn just to move up to these with my weapons out, so I'm ready.
Okay.
If someone else comes up, they'll be outnumbered. This one at least.
All right, so you basically get into position there. That's fine. Eldon, you see, it's essentially, yeah. So Lucas has moved into place there, where the little one's kind of filling that. And the little one, when I say little, he's larger than Sora, not by a lot, but he's definitely not the 8-9 feet tall these things normally are. So it's only about like maybe 6 feet tall, but still broad at the shoulders, still wide there, and kind of filling up that space a bit. Okay. So you're gonna blast the first one.
Yeah, blast first one, and then now that it's been hurt, I'll go ahead and have that thing make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. It will do so, or at least try to. One sec, let me just do this real quick.
DC 16.
DC 16. Nope.
Oh, he does.
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
it does have advantage because it is a spell, so it does make it a 17.
Yeah, it makes it 17. Okay.
Yep.
That's it then.
Okay, so Lucas, you can see now this thing kind of like blinks and it's like kind of sleepy almost, but it does look over at you and look around at its surroundings and everything else. And it's not completely out of it, but it definitely isn't like as quite aggressive as it was before.
As a force bolt slams into it.
Yeah, because it's like kind of shakes it awake there and is sort of blinking bleary-eyed around. Amethyst, you see that force bolt come out there and wake up the smaller one. Doesn't do anything yet, though.
I'm just going to do a mind spike on him.
Okay. Oof. All right, so it will do that. 15s, nope. So 16 damage as it gets blasted for some damage to its dome. Trevor?
Yes, sir.
So your rifle is spent, but your pistol still has shots in it.
I think I have.
You see it there.
Don't I have 2 more shots with my Black Rock? Because I've only took 4. No, I took the last 4.
Last
got it.
2 we knew just now.
Okay.
Yep.
So at this point, once I reloaded that, I wouldn't take my action to reload it. I would have taken out my crossbow and my pistol, but that's going to be an action to do so, right? So I would only get a bonus action, or no?
Call it a bonus. You can basically, I'll let you draw on both as a bonus. And
Okay, so I get my attack. And
you
just
take
take a bonus action.
one shot with a pistol. Sure.
Okay, so 1 shot
Okay,
with
so
the pistol, not with
sorry.
the.
Take it back. You get your attack actions. You can fire the pistol twice. You just can't fire your extra shot.
Got it. No chance to put him to sleep. Then I like it. Well, I don't like it, but that's okay. Can't use second.
You are
No,
still
wait.
blessed.
Yep. So I'll roll that d4. Nope.
Nope.
Right.
Yep,
Nice
so-
try though, right?
Yeah, just it hits him, but just doesn't penetrate the flesh.
All right, I get a second attack, and I'm gonna roll. No, I can't roll bless because 14 won't hit.
Nope. So
So,
yeah, poof, poof, and so it just sort of it just takes the 2 shots and poof, poof, and just it doesn't penetrate the hide. But that's that.
I am gonna get closer to aim. I'm gonna use my movement.
Sure.
What is this? Sorry, I'm only moving there for a second. What's that right there? Can I
It's a
stand there?
smashed. It's a smashed brazier, kind of like a big old like pot that you like put like burning coals and stuff in.
Okay.
It's just
Can
been
I, as a
smashed on the
halfling,
floor.
can I be like right here?
You can stand up. You can. It's just rubble on the ground. It's just
Got
kind of jagged chunk of
Yep.
metal on the ground.
And I'm just gonna get my crossbow out into my pistol and put my aim down here. Get them ready,
Sure.
and
Right.
that's it.
Sora. So they've moved over to engage the 2 blues on the side there.
I see Trevor next to me with his gun in his hand, and I'm gonna just move away from him on my turn.
Sure. That's fair.
To go over there.
Can't quite get to
She-
As
melee,
I
yeah.
can't quite get there, I will do lay on hands.
She trips over the big chain.
Good chain. All right. That's your move.
Do all of my lay on hands.
Okay. All right. So Sora heals up quite a bit. And now this guy here, we're just sort of looking at you, Lucas, and just kind of just try to claw at you. Get disadvantage as he's just kind of weakly streaking out at you there. So the 10 misses. And ooh, the second one might still hit though. 16.
2.
Yeah. Well, I
Okay.
use my reaction to.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
continue.
Okay. So I'll roll that and see. Yep. All right. So again, so it's just you sort of like whatever tune is just closer to the pattern, the sound of the hypnotic pattern. It just sort of like blinks as it reaches for you, and the claws just kind of go wide. You just step out of the way, as it just sort of haphazardly swinging at you. That would be that. The one in back is still hypnotized. And Lucas, you're up. This thing is right there. It's sort of, I mean, it's a little bit taller than you, but not by a lot.
I'm just trying to stab him.
Okay. Oh yeah, just stick it into him.
That's what she said.
And yeah, both nice.
Bonus.
So,
Stab him again.
okay. Yep. So you definitely it again. It almost doesn't really even care. It barely reacts to it. You just kind of stick it, and it's just both weapons. Both weapons just tear into its flesh.
Yep.
Hold on, you are up. And you can see this thing is not moving like it was before. It's sort of distracted and or almost like lazy in its movements at this point. Yeah. Just gets hit. Okay. So the cannon blasts into it there, and then the gauntlet sends out a swirl. Oh, jeez. Swirl of magic missiles. Blasts into it too, and just tears into its hide.
Yeah.
This one,
As
it's-
the
it's-
little gauntlet spins around there in a bunch of force.
that's 11 more. Okay. Yeah, and you see, like it's getting damaged, and it's but not really like showing almost emotion or anything else. It's like sort of like blah. Ugh. Looking over at you, Amethyst. You are up. Oh, you're muted. I'm not sure. Okay.
I've just said you better fuck off. I just kind of said it out loud to Rob.
Okay. I'm gonna do a little. Go ahead and finish your turn.
Yeah, there's something I'm going to do on my turn too. This should be interesting.
I'm just going to mind spike him again.
17 will make it. He takes half damage still. It does
Sorry?
get advantage. He does get advantage, so 17 will make it. Takes half damage though. Is that right? So,
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to bring the spell up to look at it, not to cast it.
No worries. That's fine. That's fine. I believe it's still half damage though. So, yeah, and
Yeah, half.
okay. So you will see. Basically, you hit it, and like the mind is sort of half there. It's not even like he's really quite there, but as it hits, you see his eyes kind of blink and start to like focus again. It's like he's like trying to like take stock of its surroundings, and just now it's like, oh, looking down now at Lucas and looking at Sora over there and kind of seeing what's happening around him here as he's starting to come to. Trevor, he's seeing this too. He's like starting to become aware.
Yeah, I'm about to do a thing though.
Okay.
I would very much like to know, because I don't quite understand the weapon yet. I'm learning. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The grappling hook. I can pull myself. How? Basically, what I want to know is if I use all my movement to get, say, here. It's not letting me. Hold on one second. It's not letting me ping. Sorry. Because obviously I only get 25 feet of movement. So if I go there, can I use the grappling hook to get right here, or do I just need to use my action to double if I want to get right there?
Or can I use your bonus action to give yourself either a leap or a climb speed. So leap half the distance of the thing there, so you can just jump.
Right, that's what I'm going to do.
There. So, but it gives you that movement. It changes your movement to either a leap or a climb. So it doesn't give you an extra movement beyond that.
So I'm going to use my my action to get to here.
Okay.
Because I heard him say that, right? Like we heard it come from down here, so we know someone's down there, right?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to hold my pistol and my crossbow that are out currently, since I didn't use my grappling hook, out there, and like, what are you doing here, and what are you doing with him? Actually, I wouldn't know that he was controlling them, probably. But
against the wall.
Oh, so he's the one that got hit.
Yep, and he's chained to the floor. You can see he's got heavy chains that are sunk. The ends are sunk into the floor there, and you can tell just by looking at there, he wouldn't be able to stand up.
Yep, got you.
He's chained down to the ground, so basically he can get to his knees probably, but he couldn't stand up fully.
Okay, well, since that was my action, I'm going to use my bonus action to shoot that thing with my hand crossbow. But
maybe you can't fire the offhand attack unless you fire to use the attack action.
Okay, and I don't get that because I didn't use my attack action. I used all my action to get over here. So, yeah, nothing I can do. All right,
I will give you one thing here.
Sure.
So essentially, you do see on the ground, like over here, and kind of around this guy here, there are some bones, some chunks of meat. They're just on the ground around near this guy over here. Take note.
I have 15 feet of movement. I would. But I'm just gonna. But that would take my eyes off of them. I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna save it in my turn.
And just glancing again, you see like smashed bookshelf stuff scattered.
Right. I would announce that since we're not in a scenario to be quiet anymore. I would yell out, "There's something back here by the bookshelf. I'll check it out when we're done," and then just focus my aim on them.
And you see like kind of just scattered papers and books that have been torn apart and stuff.
Yep.
Kind of littering the ground around it there, and then this big fountain in the back.
Cool.
You did see Lucas go down there, look in the room, and then just ignore it.
I think he was back over here on the other side of the slot, on the side of the big dude.
Yeah, I didn't know that he was unconscious over there.
Yeah. All right, so that was Trevor Sora. This thing is starting to become aware of its surroundings at this point. You're able to.
Hitting it?
All right.
Am I killing it?
Yeah, we're not going to question it.
Cool.
Okay. So you.
I mean, you can if you want to.
This one's about eye level. It's kind of hunched over a little bit there, and so it's this one's not that much bigger than you. Oh, jeez.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
So first hit for 9. We'll just you just swing down low. It just cracks into the leg there, and it kind of buckles a little bit, and you just bring it up there and just bring it down on the thing's skull and just smack it to the ground. It is out.
Say night night.
Yep.
Next.
I will say, at this point, with everyone where they are, and what's going on here, that you can set up for this one who's still, like, staring blankly ahead. Essentially, you all line up your attacks, you all take your advantages, you all take everything you need to do, and just end this guy. You did it like you did outside with the other blue slod. You killed it in a little over a round, and that one you didn't get the free crit on it. So essentially, you all line up. You
Right.
all like basically D&D firing squad.
Mm-hmm.
As you unleash everything into this thing with advantage because it's completely unaware of your presence at the moment here, and just end it. It
DM
slumps
is
to the ground.
that's awesome. DM is basically saying, "Yeah, there's no way the slot can win the fight. We win."
The most injured ones of you are healed or staying back far enough. I think it's one of those. This thing is not going to do much. However, I will say, just while you're standing here doing that, you will see on the ground, right about here, just on the edge of that viewing, where you can see. Let me just reveal a little bit more back here. It is kind of a rough-hewn passageway. And we'll just do that. And right back about where this guy fell, right around here, there was a large corpse. Something there that definitely looks odd. It's sort of a greenish black, shiny like shell almost. And it's large. I mean, it's been torn open, and obviously they were eating this thing, whatever it was. Hold on. Actually, go ahead and anyone give me a nature check on this.
I can do that, or try to anyway.
Guidance, also.
Yeah, please.
Sure. Okay. Eldon, yeah, you.
Oh, God!
I will say, a couple of
Nasty.
you like Amethyst, you're like, oh, that is gross, whatever it is. I mean, it's like
Right.
you see the kind of this pulpy like meat that's been partially torn out of the thing. It's Eldon, you realize this thing was, and it's probably the best chance to actually know what this thing is because you lived underground for some time here. This is an Umber Hulk that was obviously had essentially been burrowing through the walls here or something like that, or just getting a place there. And you kind of piece together it must have cracked this wall, hearing sounds, sensing prey potentially there, and when it did, some slot rushed in there and killed it, and then were eating it. Based on this
Sweet.
little one here, this probably was a hatchling that was feeding and getting larger. And for a little extra flavor here, Trevor, where you're standing there, you're kind of, and so you participated in the firing squad, but you guys come back there.
Mm-hmm.
As you do, you see that there's a little slime trail. And about halfway across the room is another one of those tadpoles. And it's about 2.5 feet long, sort of bluish gray hide, but it's just sort of like weakly like slithering across the way there, you just easily just put a shot into it or held on force cannon, whatever it is, right there. But
I'll
you
be
see it
right back,
trails.
guys. I gotta go. I'll be
Yeah.
right back.
Sure thing. There is a
And
trail
they're
leading back to the fountain. And what you will find in the fountain is it is mostly like gore and chunks of floating meat of unidentifiable substances or sources, and a few at this point sort of lazily moving tadpoles in amongst there. At this point, though, you will see there is, even as you watch, there's less and less movement until the pool becomes still. Whatever state they were in, there's nothing. They stop moving.
When did that happen? Is it when we killed the big one? Is
Hard
do
to
we have
say
it
exactly when. I
right?
mean, it's obviously. I mean, you don't know. I mean, as you watch, they start to slowly stop moving and go still. So since the main one has been killed, you don't
Yeah,
know if
that's what I
it's
was
triggered by that one, but
right.
piecing it together, you kind of can figure out that yeah, it's probably they were linked to the big one, and once it died, they
And
died as well.
I would tell Eldon, I'm like, what do you reckon? Kind of thing, and then like talk to him about it and stuff.
Yeah.
And then go to the person.
Okay.
Like see if he's conscious or dead
yeah,
or whatever.
we'll just so you guys, so you check that out there. What the rest of you want to do here? While we
I'd
gonna
go
go
check
over.
this guy.
Look at the books.
so you start checking around there.
I'm gonna head over to the guy as well.
Okay. All right. So when you get there, you will see a guy. He's it's hard to tell. I mean, he's slumped against the wall. He's chained to the floor, kind of bunched up a little bit there. He's in obviously very bad shape. He's been, you can see there's definitely scratches on him. There's definitely wounds on him, but he's just dirty and nasty. There's just he's got sort of a black and some little streaks of gray beard. Again, hair pulled back there. You can kind of click on him and see what it looks like there. Some scars across his face.
It's safe to say, like seeing his damage, is it all like external? Like, is he gonna be fine if he was just to go off on his own, or is he like in need of healing?
You don't think he's dying or anything else?
Okay.
He's been knocked for a loop essentially. He looks pretty tough. I mean, you can see there's
Yeah.
scars on him. He's pretty muscular for the most part there. Although obviously he's showing signs of malnourishment, and you can see that there's a lot of like blackened, like vomit or something.
I'm gonna
down his chest.
assuming these slots. I'm assuming they didn't give him exactly what he wants. So I'm gonna pour my water, get my water skin, give it to him, and then give him any jerky that I have. Does he have a hand free that he can eat, or do I need to feed it to him?
He's not conscious really.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Yeah, he's just kind of slumped against the wall. He starts to stir a little bit and kind of look up and start to seeing your presence there, but he's not like he's not in a
Right.
talkative mood at the moment.
I get him. I'd give him. I'd see if wake him up to feed him feed him the food and the water. At the very least, right
There's
now.
one spell slot to heal him.
Okay, so between a little bit of water, a little bit of healing, a little bit of food there, and you can see as he starts to come to, and the healing it sits in there, you're offering him some water and everything, and it's just, he just starts coughing and retching, and this black, ashy stuff, like almost sludge-like thing, he kind of like vomits it out onto the floor, just
Oh, no.
coughing and choking. Sora, you saw something very similar to this when you cured disease on the girls at the hunters camp. They were
Then I guess it's a good point I didn't use all 30 points of lay on hand. I can use one point of lay on hand for him.
Now, what I'm saying is that simply after you cured them, that's when they coughed up the black stuff.
Basically, they're
yeah,
getting out of
I
their,
mean-
getting out of their system, is what he's saying.
So
I hope so.
between the various like medicine checks and or experience with this and that, you kind of realize he's expelling whatever's there. And he just sort of blearily, after he's done there, looks up and actually then reaches up for the water. Thank you. And takes a swig and spits a little bit of it out just to get this clear his mouth and stuff there. And then takes a big drink of it and coughs weakly. And the chains rattle and he's able to move at least, but he's can't get up at least.
And let me say this: what's your name?
I am Voldo Cordovas.
Now listen, I do intend on untying you right now and unlatching these chains. We didn't know that you're not going to attack us. Everything we've come across so far has attacked us. We're assuming you're in dire straits, and I want to let you go, but I want to make sure what happened here, how you were caught. I'm going to go ahead and release these manacles now, but I want you to tell us everything. Is that clear?
You sure talk a lot, but of course I appreciate the help.
And then I'm
Wait
going
till you meet Eldon.
And then I'm going to. I just want to make it clear that if he attacks us, he's going to die, and I don't see a reason he would. But I just want to make sure you know.
He has no weapons on him. You can see he is wearing tattered remains of armor. The armor's been ripped and torn, and you will notice that as he's sort of right there on the left shoulder, and it's a bit ripped, but you can make out the fact that there is what looks like almost like a silhouette of a wolf in red in profile. And you would recognize that symbol. This is the Crimson Hunt.
Oh, wow.
Which is, you know them as like one of the premier mercenary organizations in this part of the world.
More or less our top competitor.
No, not the Huntsman. The actual mercenary company named the Crimson Hunt.
Oh.
So the Huntsmen are kind of the Rangers' counterpart in Scarlos.
Got you.
But this is the.
But I would go ahead and untying him now, but being careful, but like doing using the thieves' tools to get his manacles off.
You undo the manacles. It's not hard to do. You have time there.
Right.
So Eldon, you will see that yes, he's definitely coughing out this black sludge, expelling something or other. That's
small problem. We should heal him quickly. And then I have so many questions for you. Yes.
No, Eldon, just
the moment, please. I
give the man a minute.
Happily answer questions, but
let's get him out of here first.
No, we're not going anywhere. There's things that need to be done here. And so he basically you will just see like he's just as he starts to get up, he starts to look around a little bit there at the ruins of this room. Just smashed things, there's stuff thrown about, again, broken furniture, bookcases smashed, and scattered materials in here. It's just kind of a mess.
I'll take out my thieves' tools and start picking his lock.
I already did that.
Oh, you already did that? Okay.
Yeah, I got it. I would, even though I'm a halfling, he's human, I'd use all my strength that I had, possibly, which isn't going to be much, and try to help him up and like let him lean on me if he needs to.
Essentially, you will see as he does. He's fairly tall and broad-chested, thick arms and that, and so he kind of leans against the wall, and he's, "I will be all right, thank you." And then to be able to stand for what day is this?
What days of the week are there again?
It's the 4th of Fireseek. So it's basically.
I would tell him
Wednesday. Yeah, it's like, and he just stops and looks at you. It's been over a month I've been here.
Have they fed you at all? Anything other than scrap?
He kind of like motions to the meat on the ground, the bones on the ground nearby him.
Raw meat right there.
And he points to some sections that some chunks of meat that are further away, and I will not touch those.
No, I can't say I blame you. We'll get that. I'll tell you what, once we get out of here, after we take care of the things we need to take care of, I will buy you the biggest steak dinner we could find, all right?
Sounds wonderful. No, that over there, that is some sort of human-ish.
We'll rest here for now.
That over there is wolf.
We'll rest here, get our bearings, and then you tell us what you need us to do. Rest here for a bit.
Amethyst and Lucas. Lucas, you're kind of doing. Amethyst, you're kind of watching there. Lucas, you're looking there. You hear the sound in his voice, and you realize the amount of disgust he has for eating the human-like meat is equal to the amount of disgust he has for eating the wolf meat.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Mm.
Wolf meat's not that bad.
Depends if you're a werewolf. What?
Not
So
this guy.
he's like, he's leaning against the wall. It's okay. I would like to retrieve my belongings and that of my companions that came in here. You had questions, of course. I assume you want to.
Why don't we
There
talk?
should be some items that. And he names off a few items: a weapon of some kind, a pack, some armor potentially, things of this nature. They should all be marked in some way. I will be able to identify them, but I would like to make sure the belongings of my companions get taken back to the.
We will do all of that. Just make sure, give that food time to work. You know what I mean? Take a rest, get your bearings, and then we'll go.
And he's sort of like, he just leans against the wall as he goes through some stretching, and you can see as he's moving, this guy's pretty strong, pretty powerfully built, and everything else, and it's just sort of like just stretching and moving. Give me some investigation checks, everyone, to see what you spot, what you see initially. And yes, there are various things you're going to be probably wanting to grab while you're here.
Yeah, I'm worried about taking that crystal. Like I want to, but I'm afraid that that's not the only thing that was holding back, or something. We don't know.
I don't think we should touch it.
I just think there's a lot we could do with a little piece of it. I'm just saying, but I'll go with the
There are small pieces all over the floor.
Yes.
True.
And
True.
yes. And Eldon is going to be pocketing all of those things.
Yeah, I would be helping you pick those up and even take
yeah.
one or two myself.
As well as, I'd like to see if there's anything I can get off the big guy.
No, no, thank you. Yeah.
Eldon, I think you missed the part where there are a bunch of tadpoles in the fountain.
They all died off though.
That part.
They're dead.
But they
So
also
I will
dead.
say, as you
Moving.
point to the fountain, he looks over at the fountain and says, "Most of those things came out of me."
I
Oh.
don't want to know which direction, sir.
Wow. How are you alive?
I am very hard to kill, and
I
I
can
don't
see
think that I can. I don't think that what that thing out there does is meant to kill.
They were using you as a breeding ground, weren't they?
That is correct. Yes. The things, they would throw them in there into the fountain, and they would grow and change. They would occasionally take some out and take them off, throw some meat in there, throw some meat to me. That's what was
I will say this:
in my life for the past month.
when we get that steak dinner, I'm going to give you with butter and whatever sour cream equivalent we have in this world. But let me tell you now, we're going to make sure that is a well done steak for you, because I'm sure you don't want anything raw. And I'm going to walk away from him knowing that he's okay now and start looking around and stuff like that. And then, yeah.
So, some things then. So let's point things out here. Lucas, one of the things that you will spot as you're kind of looking through the books there, you see the desk over on this side of the room, and on the wall, recessed into the wall partially, is a circular, about 2-foot, circular metal vault door, for lack of a better term. There's a very familiar symbol right in the center of it, recessed in the metal.
Okay.
Yep. So as like you're kind of somewhere, it's not hidden at all. There may have been a painting on it. You can see there's a little like a tack on the wall above there. There may have been a painting or something in front of it before, but there's nothing on the walls anywhere. There's some scratch marks and things shoved out of the way. There might be a little bit of clawing at the metal, like something tried to get it, but it's obvious it's very well made and strong. Nothing was able to break into it, at least. So you do see that initially there. Amethyst, what you're standing on is like a good about a 3-foot metal disc. It's set into the floor partially. And You kind of look down at it there, and it's just sort of like this, and you see the symbols etched into it. And else, it looks new, where everything in here is destroyed and mangled and messed up. There, this looks pristine in the middle of the floor.
Can I have a good look at it?
There's arcane symbols carved in around it and everything else. Give me an Arcana check as you're kind of examining that there. Excellent. It's definitely tuned into conjuration, maybe for summoning things or sending things someplace. There's definitely some sort of like element to that for this circle. Like maybe things were summoned here, maybe things were sent away from here. But it is pristine looking, and you can also feel just a small bit of power, like a little like the dull tingle of power from the thing that's still there.
I think we need to speak to
It's not
Veronica about it.
active or that's not active or anything else like that, but there's definitely something there. Sora, you're examining the crystal there. Okay. Okay.
I am.
You see shards, and you definitely can tell that all the shards of crystal and the powder, there's almost some have been pulverized almost to powder. It's on the ground out there, and a 20 investigation. That'll be enough there. You will see. Well, so where you? Okay, fine. So you will see the crystal. Obviously, all the shards here came from that crystal. They're the same. And the red powder on the floor also came from that crystal. It must have been quite large. The chunk on the ground is about 3 feet across, about 2 feet wide. The large, massive chunk of crystal there, but it must have been probably a good 4 or 5 feet, like just from the side there. The chains are embedded into the 3 points of this crystal there, and the chains reach down and are embedded into metal pieces in the floor.
Can I break them?
You go to grab it and you touch it there, and I'll give you a 20. Sure, since you realize these are not steel. These chains are adamantite. And they
can't break them. Got it.
You cannot even remotely break them. And you just realize you're holding them, you're going, oh, this is and you just kind of put your head there. This is not something you see laying around.
Adamantite is like rare metal, right?
Like hyper rare.
After I picked up
Eldon is drooling over that.
Okay, well,
so I will just say this, one last thing there. With the investigation of even a dirty 20 there, the chains are embedded into the crystal, like almost melted into the crystal, like they formed like up into it there. However, the one you're standing by here, like the chain is perfectly intact, the bracket that's in is perfectly intact, but the stone around it that's embedded into there is cracked, and you can see it wiggles a little bit.
I will be helping Sora to attempt to break that off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Terrible idea.
Do you want to strength?
With a hammer, with the force cannon, with this working together there, you can definitely basically pull that bracket in the stone floor free. And this chain right here is now loose.
Okay. Yes. So I am thinking of so many valuable things that we can do with mixing adamantite. I'm like starting to like go through just a massive list of like we can make stuff with this. This is the
now
coolest
you do
thing.
know. So you kind of do the math in your head, Eldon, and you realize you could probably with the chains that are here, the amount there, you could probably make 2 one-handed weapons, a weapon and shield, or a 2-handed weapon.
Oh,
that's about what you could make. You couldn't make a full set of armor out of it. You couldn't. Saying so. Essentially, what you have here is enough to do that. But you do know that it's incredibly hard to work with adamantite. you need a special forge, you need tools, you need knowledge. That you've
Right.
never worked with adamant, you never forged anything with adamantite before. So
I
just
know
going out there.
broad overview of like this crap is awesome.
Yes, this
Don't
stuff
know.
is unbreakable. This is like,
Right.
yeah, it doesn't enchant well. It sort of almost is the opposite. It's you've heard of adamantite weapons being made to break enchantments.
Very cool.
So
Very.
so there is
Yes.
that. So that's what you see from here. And again, shards and powder all around here on the floor. One thing you will notice as well while you're out here doing that, the lights, these little runic symbols on the wall all around here, this little red glow goes out. And the shimmering field crossed here fades away.
I think we need to go back and talk to Invarnak quickly before he's gone forever.
As Lucas, and you were standing right there, and you mentioned that to him, you kind of like, huh, as he appears in the circle right next to you.
Oh, thank God.
The image just sort of wavers into view there.
Hi.
Oh, good. Jordan's back.
His presence.
Okay.
And there's
I'm
no
really-
red column of light there. It's just a silvery image that you saw within the column of light before, but the column is gone. It's just his it's almost ghostly spirit standing in a circle there. Hey.
To still pull out these chains, by the way.
Let him
Well,
talk.
so you have the one, yeah.
Yeah, but I am going to attempt to get the others.
Yeah. So you start working with your hammer there and just kind of just breaking it again, breaking the stone around the bracket there, and you start working at it.
While they do that,
Varnak looks at you, and you were successful, I see.
Yeah.
I could sense the presence of the thing fading, and there was no trace left in this area. Sherlock is gone. I will be able to finally go and serve my queen once more. Amethyst, you had questions. You wanted to know of the battle, the image you described.
Yeah, I did.
That's the day of my greatest shame. It's known as the Battle of Nolan's Fall. I served the Avress royal family. I served to help with the fighting. Nolan Garavan was the one leading that fight that you described, and he was struck down by a fiendish servant of great power. I could not reach him in time to banish the creature. I was able to banish it afterwards, but he'd already fallen. And no magic that I could bring, nor that of any of the clerics that we had in our thing could bring him back.
Do you know anything about Shattered Soul?
He looks at you for a moment, and I don't know that I have, but... And this time, his eyes gaze almost goes through you. Like he's like looking past you almost. And his eyes go wide. You... That is why he would... That's why he couldn't return. His soul was destroyed. Broken.
Into 5 pieces, I think.
And you just... I see. Well, I will have to tell that to his wife. When I
Is she
see
still
her again.
living?
Oh, no, we are both resting in Shadowfell.
Okay.
I serve her still, in fact. She became queen.
Cool.
The
Same
first,
here.
and like the first queen of Garavon, the United Nation of Garavon. She was the one that hired the the mercenaries to go and infiltrate and kill the Dark King himself. Another campaign.
Right.
He, as he fell, his forces were thrown into chaos and disarray, and our armies were able to push back and destroy them. It turned the tide of the war, so that battle, while a tragedy of the highest degree, it was the turning point that let us win the final battles. I see now. That metal that you have. Do you still have it on, or did you put it back in the bag of holding?
No, I still got it on me. Well, yeah,
Okay.
it's in the bag,
Yeah.
but I can take it out.
Sure. Um, there is a connection there. I don't know exactly, but there's something. I don't
I
know.
I believe it's the blade that ended him.
That would explain the origin of the metal. The creature did have a massive weapon of blackened.
That's what she said. Sorry.
I thought we were talking about that already. Didn't know that.
And Eldon, as you approach there, he's like, Eldon, you asked for knowledge. I don't know that I have the time to impart any degree of knowledge satisfactorily, but I will give you one thing. He looks at you and says, Sia Allah Oka. That is the control, the phrase to take control of the automata, the constructs in the chapel.
Oh shit.
I don't know that they're in any condition to really do much, but you seem an inventive type that can potentially put them to use in some way.
Yes, I was looking over them. Most fascinating. Um, thank you. Most yes. Thank you. Yes.
And he looks out and I will not miss being back here, but it is interesting to see. Anything you find here, please. It is yours. I have no need of it where I am going.
Is the crystal safe to touch?
It served its purpose. It will be fine.
So we can take it with us.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Good call.
Do you know anything about this guy in the corner as well?
And so he's just sort of like, I don't. I
Why
don't
don't
at all. But
Why don't we let this man rest with his dearly departed?
and he, well, I thank you once again.
Thank you
It
too.
was wonderful to. And as before he can finish the word, his spirit sort of wavers and dissolves.
You too.
And Invarnak is gone. Now,
Oh,
you have as much time as you need. The place is quiet. There is nothing moving other than you. You will see Voldo, Cordovas, member of the Crimson Hunt there, does find some belongings that came to his party. He tells you that he came in here with 3 other people. They were hunting. They were tracking his team, his mercenary company, the Crimson Hunt, had been contracted to investigate reports of goblin activity. in the region. And at some point, a little over a month ago, they had spotted signs of some goblin scouting parties and such moving through the northern woods. They had spotted a pair of them, scouts of some kind or other, moving through the forest, and they tracked them to this location. They spotted the tracks going in, one set leaving, and decided to come in to see what it was they were doing here. Upon entering this chamber, they were attacked by a fully restored and very hungry and angry Groschorlach. And unfortunately, they were not quite as well prepared or equipped to deal with what followed. He lost 3 companions, 2 of which, a priest and a mage, turned into green Slod. And 1, a fighter, was infected by a massive blue Slod that was here when they arrived, and it turned into a red. And his companions, the mage, a human mage, you quickly realize matches the description of the one that you met at the hunter's camp. The human that was standing there with the pot. The human. The priest was a female forest gnome who carried a staff and piece it together. The one that you killed above there, the shorter green Slod carrying the staff that did a little extra damage, was likely her.
So we killed the
He is in piecing this together. It's like, thank you for putting them to rest.
Yep.
They were turned into monsters, and I do not wish them to continue to plague the world.
Well, it's a good thing none of your companions were. It's a good thing none of your companions were Tapaxi, because I reckon curiosity really would have killed the cat. Sorry, that was dumb.
And you will see he looks deadpan at you, looks at you, Amethyst, and I am very sorry.
Yeah, me too.
Ain't nothing gonna kill her.
Isn't it funny? Out of the 2 of us, he is the pussy.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That little cockroach runs over my leg and I freak out.
So, you will find, let's see here. Most of the shelving in here is smashed and broken. Books are just practically disintegrated with age and torn apart and again, most things have been scattered and slashed everywhere. You can find some intact pages that you could kind of piece together and get bits and pieces. Lucas and Eldon, you essentially could definitely put together some information. Various extra planar things, but nothing that's going to be like intact volumes of anything, but some definite notes and some interesting tidbits here and there, which you can kind of gather up whatever's intact at least, and store it away. You will find 3 metal tubes that are scroll cases, and you don't see scrolls in use much anymore, but you recognize what they are. And there's 3, and 3 of them have scrolls inside.
Just a quick look over them.
Yep. So they are the wax seal. You crack the wax seal, and they're intact. 2 comprehend languages. 1 conjure minor elementals.
Nice.
Okay. Amongst the debris and everything else here, you will find a number of like plates and cups and flatware that was obviously stored on the shelves at one point there, scattered around. Some of it copper, some silver, and you realize that, I mean, now that's worth a fortune in the terms of like Manatech. It's not a lot, but just by weight, about 50 gold pieces worth of copper, 250 gold pieces worth of silver.
I hope somebody's
Let's
writing
see
that
here.
down.
Okay, Sora, as you come over here, and so you're still working at those chains. That's and scooping up some of the gems, some of the larger chunks on the ground and everything else that you will just kind of sweep up into a small pile that can be gathered up easy there. The body of Gros Sherlock is still there on the ground, and Trevor's last shots took it in the head and took a good chunk of its head away,
Nice.
essentially. And you're still just the frightening amount of damage and gaping wounds and everything else that. But you will see in the wreckage of its skull, there is a gemstone. You see the glint of something shiny that catches your eye.
Of the red one?
Of the big one.
The big
Oh,
guy.
I thought I killed that one.
Yeah. So
You
With my
did.
hammer.
I still shot it in the face a lot of
yeah,
times.
he shot.
so,
Yeah, he shot. Trevor's last shots hit it in the head,
Yep.
and you smashed it and took it down. But you definitely see that there is obviously something shiny like in the open wound of its head.
Reach in and
So
grab it.
okay, you
Wash your hands after.
and
Yes,
kind of
Mom.
gross as this thing's
I'll
head
do-
was
Prestidigitation on your hands.
okay.
Yeah,
And
not
you
in the
pull out
fountain.
this gem, and the gem's about yay big, kind of a spin. Well, you look at it and it's kind of a spindle cut, and you look at it and it's like, oh, it's kind of an orangish color, and you turn it, and no, it's blue. You turn, no, it's green, and
Wow.
wait a minute, it's 5 sides? No, 6 sides. No, and every time you
God.
turn this thing, the color changes, the facets change, the thing constantly shifts and changes in your hands. And each time you turn it, it looks different. You don't see it shift, you don't see it change, it's impossible. And you just look at this thing like this makes no sense.
Gay Pride Crystal. I mean, hello.
We lost.
Out of
We lost Sora.
context.
Oh no.
You
It's
lost Sora.
Sora's- There you go. Cool.
I lost Discord.
Okay. We'll get your camera back up there, Obi. So, there you go. All right. So, so it's so literally and it just completely broke your brain for a second there, and you disappeared for a minute. So the crystal is absolutely impossible geometry. It does not make any sense. You look at this thing and like, what is this thing? But you are holding a gemstone of indeterminate size, type, color, sides. Yeah. So
guess
there's
that's
this thing,
more
you're holding this.
Huh?
Hey, Eldon, this thing doesn't look right.
Yes. Just 1 second. If you would come, set it on my. I'll pull out my cog. Little summoning, little magical thing, and I'll like press little buttons on it, and I'll spin it, and I'll start ritual casting identify.
I'm working on that there. So you
Yeah.
can see he's starting to kind of chant and do things, and like you can either stick around with him either way. But that's what you find out there. So
I'm going
Yeah.
over to the wall.
exactly. So perfect timing there. So Lucas, you pull out the ring. It's a perfect fit. You set it in there. There's a bit of a glow, a bit of a hum, and you turn, and the thing just goes and slides away and opens up. And inside is a little safe, essentially. You see a number of items inside there. First of all, you see a book. Like very nice bound leather book with the same stylized eye on the cover of it. You've seen enough of these. You know it's a spell book.
Cool.
Yay!
You see a small bag, a small pouch with to get out there, and you see as a number of gems inside of it. 4 smaller gems, 3 onyx, 1 sapphire, 50 gold pieces each. 3 larger gems, 1 emerald, 1 ruby, 1 topaz, 100 each.
Wow.
And 1 nicely cut, decent size, good sized diamond, 500 gold pieces.
What?
Nice.
There's also a 2 pouches of coins. Set of coins very similar to the ones you saw before, the old Avress style coins in gold, copper, and silver.
Oh.
I reckon we need to take that to the appraiser, eh?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make another
Same
trip
age,
back.
same mint,
We need to go.
basically from that time period. However, there is a group of those coins. So it's about half and half mix of Avress coins and first minted Gervon coins.
Oh, we just
As in,
Okay.
when Gervon became a kingdom, the United Kingdom of Gervon and Avress, or Dravir and Avress, united to Gervon.
Very first mint.
This was the first coins minted.
Yeah.
Well, you realize that's probably what these are. They're definitely things there. There's also a set of odd coins that look older. Another small pouch of coins there, they're kind of square. Well, one set is kind of square. One set is almost octagonal looking. You don't recognize these coins, but the script on them is draconic.
I would ask at that point, what am I up there when? No, I'm not over there when he's doing that.
I
Never
mean,
mind.
probably
Yeah,
not. At some
I'm
point, you
doing a
see
thing.
he's in there. There's also one other thing set on a little stand. There's 1 coin on a stand. It's about
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
an inch or maybe an inch or so, maybe almost 2 inches across there. And you look at it and realize that platinum coin. Never seen a platinum coin before. On one side is a man's face in profile. The other side is a tower, a stylized looking tower but it's this weird like black smudge across the tower itself. And about that time, yeah, Trevor, you can see he's in there. He's kind of taking these little bags and these pouches. You hear the clink of coins.
Yeah, I would just ask Trevor because I see him not looting everything, but like looking through the coins and stuff. And I was like, "Can I have this one?" And just looks up at the platinum coin, not to spin, just to keep.
Why? Why would you want to keep it?
I go show him the coin I have in my hand currently, the gold one I took, or the 1 silver one I took from the clone collection, and start doing the twist in my fingers like I was doing before.
And you see, all the time you've known him, he likes to flip coins every now and then. He's always like flipping them.
It's always something he's done.
Across
It's
his
not
hand
something I'm
there.
like picking up now. He has no intention of selling it or anything.
Yep.
Well, I assume we're going to split it between us and sell them all.
I'll tell you what, you all can have every bit of that gold, every bit of them gems. And if times gets tough, maybe I can get something or not, but you all keep that, and I'll keep that 1 platinum coin. That's all I want.
No, we split it all equally.
Okay.
Yeah, we split it all legally.
You can still keep the coin though.
Okay, as long as I get the coin, that's all I care about. I just want that 1
You
coin.
take the coin. All right.
I'll take other
But
gold
if you-
too. I just, yeah.
But if you spend it, you spend it on all of
No,
them.
no. Can't spend that coin. No. That
If you're
coin is
keeping it
much
just
gold.
to play
Trevor.
with them.
It's just to play with. Yes.
Trevor,
Yes. Oh no.
you pick up that coin.
Oh no.
You gotta flip it, right? You got.
Yeah, I gotta flip it to my fingers and do the heads and tails thing immediately.
Sure, of course.
No,
Right.
why?
Okay,
Oh
I'm gonna
god.
tell you this right now. You instantly attune to this item.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a coin of fortune.
Oh,
You
really?
get 1 luck point.
Another luck point?
as the feat, an actual luck point, as the feat is used.
So I can use this coin one time for luck, is what you're saying.
Yep. Now, one thing
Sure.
you will notice something here as you flip it and catch it, and yeah, you look down and the smudge on the tower is gone. It's now clean on both sides. The profile of the face, the tower, the heads and towers. And that's so. I will be adding that to your character sheet.
I would be doing it with my fingers and look at it, and if you remember what I'm doing, you'll know exactly what scene I'm doing from. Now, this is very interesting, like flipping it over in my hands. Totally doing the Pirates of the Caribbean scene when he turned into the pirate. Like, yeah.
Do you wear gloves, or you just can't remember? Do you actually wear gloves?
Not always.
Are you wearing them right now, though?
Yeah.
Are you wearing gloves? Okay.
He wears them constantly.
Okay, yeah, I figured. I didn't know if you wore the fingerless gloves
It's
or what
black,
you wore there. So
yeah, it's fingerless gloves, black leather gloves,
Sure,
along
cool.
with his coat that he no, well, no, not along with his coat.
Your coat's
he
gone
doesn't have
now.
the coat anymore. It should be it should have been burned by now. In fact.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm
Alright.
just saying, if you are shooting a lot, you don't really want to not
A
wear
coat
gloves.
anyway. I just use it to cover the pistols and stuff and hide those. But I don't, or the pistol. But I don't need to do that anymore because of the cantrip I got. So yeah.
So
The reason he wanted to get rid of the coat, and you'll find out about that soon when it's appropriate.
Yeah.
So we'll
Yeah,
say
okay.
So Eldon, about the time is going to go there, you go ahead and you will identify this gem. And I will say this: you get a headache looking at this thing. The impossible geometry, the shifting of it, it doesn't make sense. And your little mathematical brain just goes, no, that's not right. No, it can't be that many sides. You can't have this many sides on here and this many facets on here. It doesn't work that way. It's like, but you still managed to identify it. It's a chaos gem. We'll just say that. You don't know a name for it, but it's definitely chaos. It acts as a pearl of power.
Oh shoot!
So it will act as a pearl of power.
Wow.
How very, very interesting. Sora, that is a how to explain. It's and like I'm struggling to find the words. I am so struggling to find the words of describing what this does. It is a fascinating thing. Would you mind if I held on to this, or would you, or you found it? It's okay. Yes, it is so very, very, very interesting.
Hold on. I'll put my hand on his shoulder. Calm down. You can keep it. Do your thing.
I will say this, Eldon. It does, because of what it does give you a little bit of a headache using it.
Yeah. That's why.
Because again, the way it works, you're just, oh god.
Okay. So I have a truly fascinating, but you see, the you can go ahead and keep it for now. How about? Yes.
I can always hold it if you two
I
don't
have
want
more. I do have more spell slots than you.
If you're going to fight over it, I'm quite happy to take it.
Also, well, the other issue
really.
is that I have to decide what my attunements are full until another 2 levels.
I don't believe Pearl of Power requires attunement, does it?
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it did.
You know what it is.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. Then yeah. So essentially, it's yeah. It's, I will say this: there may be more to it, but again, the shifting nature of this thing is hard to really pin down. So it's just one of those things of like it is a weird thing. It will say, but it effectively acts like a pearl of power is what it does.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
There's an attunement. Guess what? I will flick it over to Amethyst because I am attuned.
I'm fully attuned as well.
Well, then I will hold on to it till
Yeah.
one of us is not.
Well, if
One of them.
no one else wants it.
One
I've
of them
got
is only a
slot
wand
through.
of web, so that's not the best. thing.
Sure. Eventually, you guys can work it out amongst you. So,
Yeah.
well,
I
let's say this.
think
You will
Lucas
have.
wanted it.
So
Yeah.
you're going to go with.
I
So
can
if
do it.
who's ever keeping track of treasure? I mean, I have a bit of a list here, but you're keeping track for yourselves here. So you're going to have a large amount of red crystal, and the properties of this crystal is it does tend to dampen magic. It's used to essentially, it's kind of like, and you realize looking at this crystal is that every one of these little tiny shards are, in opposition to that crystal you pull out of this thing, are all perfect little spindle crystals. And they realize that they came off of this big thing, but all the shards are almost identical in shape, not size, but shape. And these are crystals of order, essentially, to counteract the chaos of a slod, a prime slod, or a progenitor slod, as this case was, as this thing was. So, effectively, this you have call it a bag of crystals that you may be able to do something with down the road if you figure out a use for them. But their
Yeah,
basic properties are they
That
tend
nice
to
thing.
dampen magic.
Keep it away
Bag
from
of
me.
crystals?
I wrote down large amount of red crystal capable of dampening magic.
Yes. And the one power he didn't use on you guys because there is he could as a legendary action dispel magic with them.
Did I get all 3 of those animatite chains?
You will crack them out of the floor, and so they're still attached to the crystal. You need to figure a way to crack the crystal to get them out of there. But you have
Mhm.
a chunk of crystal with 3 adamantine chains attached to it.
I will write that down.
I want so much. I want her to make like a big ass hammer with some of that metal, and then with chains around it that have little crystals embedded into it.
have every intention of assisting with that.
That would be epic.
So
Okay, so
We'll
can
say
we one more time get
so okay, we'll just put this down here. So you're
Okay.
going to have
gold? Yeah.
about 300 gold. We'll just put it out there in draconic coins. And sorry, you don't know much about the history of your people exactly. You don't know. You
Send
didn't
it
know
to-
they ever. You don't know who anyone. You didn't know they had coins of their own. So
Right, and I do know who to send it to.
Yep. You do know that these coins are bronze and brass. There's the square ones are bronze, the octagonal ones are brass, and we'll just say just to sell them to a collector about 300 gold pieces worth. The mixture of Oris coins. There are some. You realize looking at the coins there in there are some Dravier coins as well because they each had their own mint. Are worth about 400. Just in the trade value you used before. And then the Garvon mint coins are about another 100 gold. Okay,
You said brass and copper, right?
brass and bronze.
Bronze, thank you.
Yep. They're bronze marks and brass tacks.
I was gonna.
How did you spell Draymir again?
Dravier, Dreyvier. That's like the capital city of Garvon in the south. It used to be its own kingdom. So then there's the platinum coin that that Trevor has, the chaos gem that Lucas has for now. There is a spell book of Inbarnak, and we'll figure out what those. Glancing through it, I will say it is a weird spell book in terms of what it's written in. Let me see here who speaks what real fast. Oh, nobody speaks this. Great. Okay.
I hate when he says "great" like that.
Well, I will say, Lucas. I will say this, Lucas. You probably the closest there. It is similar, at least in script. The writing is similar to Abyssal, but you do know that Abyssal, for your linguistics training, there, you do know that Abyssal and Infernal are the same alphabet essentially, but the words are definitely not Abyssal. So like it uses the same alphabet, but the words are not right. So you're not sure. You would need to spend a little time to figure this out.
I can spend 10 minutes to ritually cast comprehend languages if
Sure.
Lucas wants me to have a look at it.
I mean, it's definitely just the way it's laid out there. It's definitely a spell book, so you would need to see what spells are in it. Essentially, it's quite a few. Just assuming someone to detect magic at some point here. It is magical as well. It's an enduring spell book.
Oh, sweet.
Nice. That is
Uh,
nice.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
If only I was a wizard.
Oh, I can take that actually.
Above table, can I ask you, Jim?
Yeah.
That coin was meant for me, wasn't it?
Sure.
No, I have no idea. It was just a perfect.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I thought it could have been just. I figured when you said that, I thought it was like a platinum coin, maybe worth a platinum. But
Yeah,
I didn't know. I would
nobody
have.
makes platinum coins. No one has
Yeah.
ever made platinum coins
I don't
that you're
think
aware
I
of.
would have. I wouldn't have taken it if I didn't just want it. So like that's just.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really. Yeah, I like that.
Yep. And last thing, there was also 50 gold pieces worth of copper, 250 gold pieces worth of silver, which you can use to make Manatech components with.
Oh wow.
You do know that both are needed for making components. You can melt it down and use it.
We need to go. Do we have a forge in our workshop, by the way?
Yeah.
Along with like a blacksmithing and everything else like that, right?
We do.
You have like a micro forge, probably a
Okay.
full like weapon forge, but you have like one of those desktop little micro forges.
How much
yeah.
of the silver? How much? I
It was
was
250 gold
typing.
pieces worth.
250 worth of silver.
Yeah.
Yep.
You do know, Eldon, you do know that conduit material, which is used to connect spell plates and accumulators, is an alchemical alloy of quicksilver and copper. And the most of the accumulators have like a silver wire cage around them. And some of the basic spell plates are are basically silver foil. More advanced spell plates are better materials like gold or something like that. So
Right. Yeah. This will get done with all of our current projects that I'm thinking that
you have enough here to do that kind of stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Sweet.
And again, it's just like plates and cups and silverware that's all like in metals. It's
I'm
all
going
kind
to
of
melt
decorative.
all of this down.
Sure. And then you have the so the last thing of interest there again, Amethyst, and you point this out, you definitely see that the circle in the floor, and pointing it out there, Eldon, you realize it's essentially what's called a conjuration core. It's sort of a permanent summoning, essentially piece of a summoning circle. So it would be used for a lot of summoning spells where you're summoning something into this space, banishing something out of this space, or whatever, kind of a open. It would be used for teleportation circles. It forms the core of a teleportation circle.
Nice. Can we use
Okay.
it?
Well,
Can we keep it in our
discuss
house?
So you discuss it and you realize that it's extremely heavy. It's attached to the floor. So it's not something you just like pick up and take with you. You're going to need to work at it at some point there.
Okay.
But essentially, this would be the foundation for creating a teleportation circle. You would still need to do the outer runes and such and etch those in a permanent way. But this would form the core, which is the difficult part of creating a summoning teleportation circle. This is the bulk of the work, is this. So essentially, the 5 points, so basically you have the 4 elements and spirit making up the matter there, the 5 coordinates of the 5 dimensions of 3-dimensional plus time plus plane essentially make up there. So you have this 5-pointed circle. This essentially lets you set a location. Then everything else is there to actually enact the spell. So this is the core that allows you to do everything else you want to do with it.
I know some people who would be interested in that.
Yes, me, for one, and of course our group. Number 2, number 3. I bet we could get it for a lot of money if we wish to go that way. However, it is going to take us quite a long time to get this out of the floor. And uh, hmm, also, the other issue is that its weight is another one. Like Eldon, like starts like
Yep.
just
Yeah,
speed
so-
talking.
Yep. So you will see. So that is here as well.
Yeah.
Now, essentially everything else is in ruins and tatters. Voldo will have found the belongings, except for the wizard's belongings. Greylor's belongings are not here. He doesn't know what happened to them. He basically had a bag that he kept a lot of things in. He was sort of the party's pack mule, let's just say. So he's literally like all of the party's like camping gear, all this stuff was in the bag of holding that the wizard carried, and it's no longer here.
Oh,
Along
hey,
with
we forgot to ask in Varnak if it was safe to go back in the chapel. Do you think those things will attack us?
Well, you see, I actually know the command word. They are actually belong to us, and they are coming home with us.
Nice.
Yes.
I did wonder if that was going to happen. I was thinking Alden probably needs, a steel golem or two.
So one thing you will find in checking those out, some things to kind of move things along here a little bit there. The golems are only going to the armor and the statue itself are going to move very slowly. They're not in a condition where they can move quickly, like even normal speed. So the statue, the suits can move about 15 feet. So and the statue would maybe move 10. So it's going to be very, very slow moving these things around. And I can tell you right now, the statue is too heavy to carry. The suits you could probably pick up and nudge around there. They're metal suits with an internal framework of some kind that allows them to move and everything else. The statue is literally a lump of iron that can animate and move around. Like it's almost solid iron.
You could ride them home. Surely they're faster than your bloody goat.
No.
You go fast as a
It's
horse.
fast, yeah.
Yep. So essentially, as you kind of discuss weight issues and carrying things, Voldo, who's still along with you guys, I may have a solution for that. If you would allow me to accompany you back, I will contact my people, and we have ways of transporting things over distances. I'm sure that I would be able to enlist their assistance in getting the things that you want.
Cool.
Yes, that would be most wonderful.
Trevor,
Hi, Roland.
you kind of pick up what he's laying down here. You know the Crimson Hunt has an airship.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, I really, really do.
So, and it starts to come together. You actually passed by the Crimson Hunt's lodge in Port Oris when you were there. Danlin pointed it out to you as you were walking by. Oh, that place over there. And he pointed to this big, like, rustic-looking lodge-type place. That's the local headquarters of the Crimson Hunt. And so that was literally, like, this massive building there. And so he pointed out something as well, that they don't have one airship, they have two.
Wow.
They
Yes.
literally, they are the only mercenary company that anyone's heard of that has an airship, and they actually have two. They just recently purchased another one.
They're like NASA. They double up on everything. You've read the plot to Armageddon. That's awesome. But I would say, how y'all feel about getting an airship?
Well, I don't. Yes, most certainly in the future. But for right now, I'm more worried about getting home and finishing some of the projects and feeling good about ending a possible very traumatic thing for the land. He's gonna like start talking. He's just starts to cloud
Speaking of
nine.
which, speaking of home, Eldon, I very, very much agree with you. And I need to talk to you all about something. I want to make sure, Jim, above table, this is okay to do now.
This is about your side mission at some point?
Yeah, I was going to mention the letter in detail, but if it's not a good time to do that, I can always wait till later. Okay.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. Recently, y'all, I just want to tell you this now. I got a letter from somebody about my brother. Can I read it to you now, assuming that everybody's there to hear it?
Yeah, they're all around him.
Okay.
Essentially, at this point, you're kind of gathering things up, picking things away, gathering the last of those papers and everything else that you had, and collecting more shards and such. So you definitely have everyone's around, kind of in the space here.
Okay, and then at that point, I'll take it out of my pocket, unfold it, or my bag, wherever it was. And dear Trevor, I hope this finds you well. I'm not sure where you are or how long it will take to reach you, but I wanted to make sure you're aware of the happenings here. Your brother has left the Black Coat Ranch and has not been seen for weeks. He had been caring for everything after the death of your parents, but now the Pendlewaits are watching over the livestock. When we searched the house, we found some damning evidence your brother definitely caused the death of your parents by using alchemical and poisons. Eldon, I'm going to need your help identifying that if possible. Also, when we can, I know right now it's not a priority, but I would like to make it so in the future because I know what we have to do now, and that does take priority. But my brother dies, and he dies soon, and you all have to do it for me. I'll be there to support you. As of right now, the Pendlewaits, they own a ranch over to the north of us as well, so they're keeping livestock on the livestock, but they can't be doing that for that long. They have their own livestock to attend to. We need to get there soon. I say within as soon as we get all this stuff done, I say we head there if we can. My brother, you don't understand. He's a very, very dangerous man. He gave me the coat that I got burnt. That's why I threw away everything. In fact, this hat's the last thing to go, and I'll take off my hat and leave it there where it stands. And then I'll be like, I'll look over at Amethyst and the gun, but I am not giving this up. I helped build this with him. This was my doing. This was me knowing that I was my brother's equal, but I'm not so sure.
Kill him with it.
I can't take the shot, and you know that. We will go find him. He will die. He has to atone for what he did.
Wait, you can shoot me. You can't shoot him.
That was
rude.
Knew that was coming. I knew it.
I knew it. I'm gonna see.
He brought it up last week.
I would look at you and then take out my pistol and twirl it in my finger, assuming it has a trigger guard. For flavor, it definitely does. Yeah. And I would flip it around and be like, and I would pop it out with my cantrip, and it would just disappear. And I would look at her and be like, I would never shoot you intentionally, and I can guarantee you I'll never shoot you again. But I've never asked you all for anything. Besides that coin, thank you, by the way, Lucas. And I look over him, and I'll flip around on my fingers and do little tricks and stuff like that. And I'm like, when we can, are you all willing to help me find him?
Nah.
And I'll look over, and I was like, do you want to know, besides this gun and the coat and the hat and the eye patch, by the way, I ripped that off completely and set it on the ground as well. And then you see both fully perfectly working eyes.
Obviously, you swap it every 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know that. I know it's not like an epiphany or reading. He just doesn't give a shit about it anymore. You'll notice that because you've never really seen him off with his hat, besides like maybe once or twice. He has like shaggy, long, black, like greasy, oily hair that he never really washes. And
just like in real life.
And I'll look over and I'm like, and then, hey, by all means, we kill our brother. That's my ranch. After that, I'm the last known relative besides him who owns it, which is probably why he killed the parents to begin with, my mother and father. But anyway, we can move on. I say, are we resting or are we moving forward with this, what he needs to do?
I mean, I believe that is all we have for here. Yes?
I would agree so.
Are we taking the big crystal, or are we just breaking it up?
Well, honestly, here's what I'm thinking about that, Eldon. You have a bag of holding, right? There is a lot in there, I would imagine, but With Sora's big ass hammer that she has, maybe she can. But now that we know it's safe, break it down into as many pieces as possible. Put as much of that bag of holding as we can, and take as much of it as possible.
Why doesn't
I have.
Alden just bring the big iron golem down to do it?
Oh, oh, Luke is coming in clutch. Oh, Eldon, that would be a lot cooler.
I
Hold on.
do have.
I mean, it could probably carry the whole thing.
Yeah, right. You hear the music?
I will say this, just so that the thing moves incredibly slow. It can move 10 feet around, so it's going to take a while to
Okay.
get down here. So
I,
you definitely could.
How
could
heavy
hold
is it?
I mean, you
Alright.
can chunk of crystal plus the chains. It's going to be probably about 150, 200 pounds. You could lift it, but carrying it for a long time would be too much.
and I mean, we have like how long to get back? That's like a week, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
totally.
no, guys,
Yeah.
no, guys. All we
No.
have to do is hold
We're
outside, and one of the horses can take it. It can lift. They can lift way more than 150 pounds. So if we manage to get that out there, we could take it back to town with us. We just have to get it out to where we can summon the horses.
Eldon, I would say you probably could fit it into, with some help there, fit
Right.
it into the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Okay.
The chains are all loose and floppy, and it's a chunk of crystal like this, like 2
What if it
feet,
stops the
2
magic
feet
bag
by
from
a foot.
working?
So
All right.
you
Yeah.
you could get it in there.
Yeah.
if
See, I
you
didn't
could,
think the
yeah.
bag of holding would hold it. That's what I was going to suggest to begin with. Yeah.
They hold like
yeah,
500
well,
pounds. So, I'm not sure what else you have in there. If you have like a ton of big
Okay.
stuff in there,
So I don't have a whole
Just-
lot of big stuff in
Oh.
there, but here's what I currently have.
I do also have a bag of holding, but I don't want anything to do with the red crystal. But I'll happily carry your stuff for you.
We know it's not safe.
Okay.
It's just a ruby at this point. that can take
I
magic.
have 2 strange flasks that we still haven't identified. I have the necro cyanide capsules. I have the 2 emerald fog potions. I have a pouch of dark dust from the darkling dust stuff, which I was thinking of doing things with. I have 1 second, buddy. Daddy's talking. Okay. I have
He's such a sweet dad.
acid vial, alchemist supplies, a bedroll. I have currently 174 pounds of stuff in my bag.
and they hold 500, so you could get it
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
So yeah, not a problem. So like I said, you're able to get it into there. Essentially, kind of you gotta have some help fitting it and getting the chains from like flopping out and banging on things, and so yeah, you could definitely get the thing into the bag.
But if you've got magic items in the bag, and the bag is magic itself, and you put a crystal that hates magic into the bag,
It doesn't actively do it. Essentially, it can be used to do it.
right? Okay.
So essentially, in its original state, it was sent to seal up the spirit or whatever of Grosherlock, and keep it stuck in there.
I'll be right back.
Essentially, once it got weakened and it broke and shattered and exploded all the pieces there, and this is what was left. So essentially, by Grosherlock being stuck in this thing for 200 years, it gained a bit of control over it and could then do things with it. So once it was released, he actually had a little bit of psychic control. That's why the Shard Storm, telekinetic thrust of it, the Dispel Magic was basically just using it as a component of Dispel Magic, essentially a wave of anti-magic dust. And then his psychic attack was just his own. So essentially, that's it. It doesn't absorb magic by itself, but it can be used for that. So it would be okay.
Okay. I still don't like it.
Yeah, it's a little bit hinky. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, without magic, what am I? I'm just a cat.
No, come on. So, all right. So
Talking of magic, I'm going to send a sending to Elia and let her know that the big guy's dead and we're all okay and we're coming back.
okay, she had sending there. Good. She will reply. Good. She starts to. She's just. It's good to hear. Can't wait to see you. And like that. Oh, and tell Sora Reese is back.
Wait, what?
And it just cuts off.
Okay.
She essentially. It was kind of like Reese is back, and then that's.
Yeah.
There may have been more to that sentence, but she ran out of words. 25 words.
Yeah. Lucas has already spoke to me as well. He received a sending from somebody else.
So
Yeah, the girl in the the girl in the magic shop. We killed the guy that owned it. The one that you had to date with. She sent him a message to let him know that
Alandra.
that was her. Yeah, their name isn't important.
Up to you.
I'll wait till Sora's listening.
Yeah. No worries.
Sorry, it's bedtime.
Oh, no worries. Yeah.
Okay. Night. So yes, Sora, I was telling you that Lucas told me we didn't want you to get distracted, so we decided not to tell you until after this had happened. But his body is back in where it's supposed to be. So
They found Reese's body and they've transported it back to Craven's Rest.
and they can put him to rest.
Very good. Thank you.
Great. So, gathering up stuff there, you will see that Voldo has a collection of the gear that belonged to his friends. He does find a cloak, one of their cloak to wear, and set up there. You can see he does have also a wicked looking like battle axe that he attaches to his hip, puts on there, and sets up there for that. And you're able to get your stuff together there. He does tell you that yes, I will, if I can accompany you back to Craven's Rest, then I will contact my people and we'll arrange for a transport of goods that you need. I'm sure they will be happy to do that for you. After all of this, it is the least I can do, and hopefully we can find out more continue our hunt for these goblins and what they're doing in this region. So, but I will.
Yes, quite possibly. We do have something to hunt as well. We have a trolling village, for one. But then there is, could we possibly assist in any way of goblin hunting, yes?
Well, potentially. I mean, I will talk with our superiors. It's always good to have associates we can work with or exchange information with. So I would appreciate that, and I will. I'm sure they will be happy to work with you. I can definitely see the skill that you have, so I am not worried about you getting injured or lost in these dangerous type missions. But appreciate that very much. At some point, you will see as he's walking, he does just. You actually see him growl and kick the body of Grosherlock. Just. And it's not a human sound like that comes out of it. It comes out of him when he does that. Like he just like there's no mistaking that is not a human sound that he made when he kicked this thing's body. And he just looks at it and just moves on and starts as you guys are leaving.
I want to ask him. I'm just going to say, what are you?
What do you mean?
You're all growly and grr.
Some of our people, they undergo certain rituals and such to gain power of animals to enhance our abilities to hunt.
Okay, and which animal are you then?
Wolf.
Okay.
New pet.
No, is.
We'll just go into travel mode as you guys kind of move along, start heading back. And so as is there, and you'll get a bit more of his story there. You'll find out that yes, the Crimson Hunt, a good portion of them are blood hunters.
Says
Some
he
of them,
werewolf?
I love your story so much.
he's an order the Lycan.
No,
He's one of
that's
the
like.
order.
Oh my god.
I know. I was like,
Mhm.
the Crimson Hunt is a good number of them are blood hunters,
That's
and
stinking cool.
and most of the blood hunters are order the Lycan.
Oh
So
my god, this is like the first quest line in freaking the fight. Oh god, so good.
so you and you'll also hear a little bit. So the Crimson Hunt eventually they actually were originally huntsmen in Scarlos. Their captain and founder was a high-ranking member in the Huntsmen, which are sort of like the advanced military scouting force of Scarlos, the empire to the north. Um, and there was a falling out. The captain decided to take a group of his men and essentially leave. Um, he was also, because he'd been a high-ranking member of this organization, had a lot of money. He also has a family that came from money, so he had a lot of money as well. So they basically used that money to form their own company and take on a lot of high-profile, high-paying jobs and bought an airship. And that was sort of the founding of that. And they've been so successful over time, the last like decade and a half or so, they actually recently, just a couple of years ago, in fact, bought a second airship. So they tend to keep one kind of in Port Oris slash Silverhaven, Silverport. I mean, Silverport. Um, at the kind of the northern area up in here, and the other one tends to range in other places, kind of move around. So southern Caravan sometimes. Sometimes they'll head over all the way to Trenzel and kind of move around there as they get jobs in various places.
But does he eat people though?
Absolutely not. I'm still a man. I just can tap into the power of a wolf and use it to enhance my abilities. And you realize he's not actually a werewolf. He can just take
No.
on aspects of the
Yeah.
wolf in order to do his job.
And I know I would imagine I would know something of a blood hunter at this point, right?
A bit. I mean, you've heard of a couple of them
Like,
here and there.
yeah.
They're not common by any means, but yeah. And so essentially, you get a little bit of that information on the way back to Craven's Rest. Um, let's see here. I wish I'd changed that up there. It's fine. We'll just go ahead. At some point on the way, um, a couple of minor encounters here and there with some creatures and animals, whatever. The forest seems to be already seems to be a little bit quieter in terms. Well, the deathly quiet that was there is going away as you realize that the forest there's more animal sounds now. There's more um there's a bit more activity animal wise, as even now kind of that weird stillness is starting to fade over the course of days on the trip. There a couple of minor encounters in Amethyst. The Are you examining? What are you doing with the blade? The metal shard.
I'm gonna. Oh well.
I mean, you keeping it put away for the most part, or
I mean,
what do you...
I'm interested in it. I'm interested
Okay.
in seeing any kind of feeling from it or anything. So I'll, take out for a bit, put it back. I know I don't really get hurt by it at the moment, so
Yeah, doesn't.
you know,
Um, one thing you'll notice is that it feels cool to the touch all the time. Not cold like the metal being out in the cold. It never seems to change temperature. Like it's not affected by the ambient cold. It doesn't warm up in your hands. It's always the same temperature. To anyone else, it feels kind of hot. Like it's warm to the touch.
really,
With this, it's
it's cold to me and it's warm to everyone else.
it's like literally like it doesn't feel like burning hot like it's gonna scald you, but it feels like warm metal. it doesn't. It's not hot enough to like melt through the snow and cause steam. It's not like boiling hot or anything like that. But it definitely feels warm to everyone else. But to you, it just feels cool and like pleasantly cool, not like frigid. Just that's a nice cool temperature in your fingers there. And at one point, we'll just say on the way back, there was um, a minor encounter with a pack of wolves that were hungry. It's wintertime. And as you're holding this, there's a slight tingle from it. And the feeling of panic, slightly, or maybe not panic, but wariness, maybe, is the sensation you're getting from it there. And you look up as some wolves come tearing into the camp.
No way.
You and Foldo essentially, he roars as he wakes up there, and they scatter. But
Wow.
there was some sort of warning given by it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm definitely going to keep it in my hand then. That's weird.
Yep.
That's like Frodo's.
Yeah. And as turning it, you realize it's the size. Essentially, you kind of get the idea you could fix a handle to it and make it into a dagger.
Yeah.
You get this idea of like, oh, it's the right size. It's a jagged piece of metal, but you could definitely fix some sort of a handle to it and carry it like a dagger.
I'm interested in what Alia feels from it.
Okay. All right.
Jim, what spells are in the spell book?
Oh, let me pull it up here. Let me give it to you afterwards. I'll give it. I will send it to you. Yeah. Because it'll take some time. Which you'll find out actually it's crazy wizards in my world. Crazy wizards do a lot of weird things with spell books. There, it's infernal writing, but elvish vocabulary. So it's like it's phonetically written elvish with the infernal alphabet. It's like you're like, what is this? And you're like, oh, wait, like it's using this alphabet, but it's actually so even comprehend languages wouldn't work on it because it's not written in a language that makes any sense. Like you would get one or the other. Like, okay, this is the phonetic, but those aren't real words. Those aren't words in infernal. And you realize that phonetically this is elvish, but like taking like English words and phrasing and writing it in Arabic. Like it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
to
that's
so
not the same
so
at all.
so the spell books go, what? So yeah, it takes a while on the way back. You start to get it, and so I will give you the spells that are in it once you get back there, so you can at least see what spells they are. I will say this: there's a lot of summoning spells. Let's just say he was a conjurer.
Sweet. And then if Lucas, if you would not mind, I would like to. Is there still room for writing spells in there?
Absolutely.
Yes. You see, I do not have an enduring spellbook, and if you do not mind, I would love to copy down. I know. Thank you for letting the whole world know that you tutored. Okay, I don't have an enduring spellbook, and
yeah, no worries.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
He doesn't have one, and he wants one.
I was only curious because I can't actually use a spell book anyway. I don't use a spell book, so you can have it. Yeah.
Oh yes. Wonderful.
But I might be a no. I don't want it. Could you imagine Trevor with spells not knowing what he's doing? Oh my god.
Yeah.
No, I'm just really. I think everybody got something they wanted.
Summon construct is like on my list of.
That idea for a hammer for Nan, if that's possible, that would be really cool.
But Sora will have a big issue with letting go of the hammer she is currently using.
Right, but what I'm saying,
but if we could
like talking about, you know what I mean, like your God blessing, like I'm guessing your weapon was blessed how you talk about it or whatever. So if you could just turn it over to the bless that weapon.
It's not blessed by anybody. It's my mother's.
Oh, got it. Oh, got it. Yeah, that would fit you.
night conversations at the campfires is when
Yep.
the information comes out.
Yep. This is an ancestral weapon. So, upon reaching Craven's Rest, we'll just kind of moving there. About 5 days, 5 6 days worth of travel, and kind of getting to know. And this one last little revelation
Mhm.
is Voldo will say he's been to Craven's Rest before. His father spent time here off and on, and it hits you the last name, and his father it tells his father's name is Dardovan, and that was one of the companions of Addie.
Wow. Crazy. That's crazy.
Listen, you shouldn't talk about
Ah,
yourself like that. That's
I
not
forgot
nice.
to ask in Varnak when that guy's birthday was. I guess I could find out though with like a knowledge history or something.
Nolan, it wasn't the same.
Right.
Yep.
Which
So
reminds me, I think Elia and I have got some birthday celebrations to plan.
in a few weeks, yes, yes.
Yeah,
All
20
right. So,
days.
upon getting back to Craven's Rest, let me fix one thing here for you here. It's been about a little over a week. Let me just see if I can do this real quick. I know we're running out of time, but I think I've got this set up here ready to go. There we go. Sure. We're gonna come in here and remove this map. One sec. Should see this all happen in real time here.
Oh, cool. The walls.
Yep.
That was a
So
while
they
ago, man.
have extended the walls, and there is now a northern gate as well.
Oh,
Oh, that's
not that
so
part.
cool.
Nice. They've been
Huh?
busy.
Yeah, they
have.
actually they worked the tails off there. And essentially, we'll just in time you'll find out they actually sped up the work because they kept using the warming spell plates, the warming devices that Nimbus had to thaw the ground so they could dig it easier, and then
Nice.
be able to actually like sink the posts faster because they had the posts all cut. They just couldn't cut. They couldn't dig into the ground because it was frozen. So they basically thawed the ground using prestidigitation, the warming plates and everything else like that, and then be able to dig and sink the poles. And so while they were extending the wall around, they were building the stone gate work. The tower was over here for the northern gate.
And then
They
we'll
were
put,
also making room for warehouses. Did they make room and leave room for that?
That's what this. So basically, this whole area up here on this part of the wall.
Nice. With that big
Yep.
old tree in the way. Got it.
Yep. So essentially, kind of move around the tree essentially. So they kind of leave the tree in the central spot there, and you can kind of use the space all around it.
is number 57 Addie's house?
Uh, Technically, 57 is just a minor hunter's camp. Eddie's house is off the map to the north.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, yeah. So yeah, no, Eddie doesn't live that close.
Right.
Yep.
Have the druids still
So
strengthened the wall then? Are the Alia and Addie been
so
doing
yeah,
that?
essentially, yeah. When you get back there, you will see that actually the walls are very seamlessly put together, and they are definitely showing signs that are actually kind of almost wood sculpting the wall, like through druidcraft and wood shaping spells. That they are actually like filling any gaps, any seams, ensuring the wood is very solid and straight and uniform. And so they're definitely showing signs that the walls are being well built. Same with some of the little stone towers there. There's a stone shape involved there. They're actually kind of like shaping the stone to make the towers rather than just like having to stack and mortar and brick and everything else. They're literally using stone shape to form the towers.
Right.
So upon reaching, we will. You essentially kind of get back into town. Everyone's like happy to see you. People are thrilled there. You get sort of bombarded almost immediately by a green and black, gray and green tipped falcon who shifts into an Elia that throws herself on Amethyst as you arrive. Essentially, you'll be able to settle in. Voldo tells you he's will get a room and be in touch with you guys, and he'll get messages off to his people, and essentially be able to. I would be happy to have drinks with you and such, and celebrate and everything, and have a drink to his round of drinks to his fallen friends and everything. And so, um, upon getting back to the house, Sora, Iris is there. Catherine is not. But Iris just has this look on her face and says, "You need to go to the temple." She's obviously trying to keep some semblance of straight facedness, which is interesting on a dragonkin.
It's kind of hard for her. Okay. Where's Catherine?
She's at the temple.
Okay. I will head to the temple.
That's 21 over here. This is the Temple of Rest where you met Strava before. Who else is going?
If Sora wants me to go with her, I'll go with her.
I'm going straight to my workshop.
Sure.
I've got lots of things to go make.
Sure. So you basically head straight down there, so you get reorganizing, settling things aside there, pulling things out.
I mean, I've got Elia to attend to, but we will go with Sora.
Elia's willing to go too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with it.
Okay. So Trevor, you gonna go?
Girls together.
No, I would say I just wanted to say everything I did in chat, what I would want to do in town. I just didn't want to say it out loud, obviously, because we were still going. But I would follow the group and then get that done after I was done.
Sure. I mean, like I said, this is upon returning the first thing Sora he sees.
Right.
So,
exactly. So I'd be with them anyway.
You go off, and so yeah, you're here. You okay. So yeah, you kind of grab your ferrets and kind of check in your room there, and we're heading over to the temple. You can go if you wish, but upon reaching the temple, you do see, and it's probably late afternoon, probably early evening. You guys got in just a little before dark, so it's probably around dinner time ish. But as you arrive there, Streva and her son are there in the building there, and he kind of does a little quiet wave and goes back about his business of keeping things clean and tidy and stuff like that. And she's very nice to see you. I appreciate you coming. I understand you had a very successful trip by all accounts. I would like to say, again, thank you for all that you've done. I wanted to let you know that Reese was returned, and I was able to do what I could. And there's a bit of a clearing of a throat from behind you guys, and so you're in the main entry there. And you turn, and Catherine is standing with Reese.
Standing.
And Reese is standing there. He's kind of like one arm kind of around Catherine's shoulder. They're obviously looking weak a bit. Things there. Hi, Sora.
What? What the? What?
My ride.
Standing.
What?
My ride.
Okay, go for it.
I said what?
What?
In the butt. I said what? What? In? Oh no. Okay. Too old. Sorry.
I will run over, stop just short, and then hug him lightly, and ask him how.
Necromancy.
Well,
No,
yes,
my unholy stuff would go off. He's not undead.
no, he was able to be raised. I am capable of that. It was a bit of a close call because of the timing of things, but as I understand it, a mage over in Port Ors who was called on and helped to find the body, was able to cast Gentle Repose, which increases the time it takes to be able to
Wow.
raise someone.
Yeah.
So the body was transported back here via Nimbus, his sending room thing.
Amazing.
And she sort of like leans over to you guys. I won't tell you what the shape the body was in when it came, but
No.
It had to fit into it fit in a 2-foot cubic box.
Oh my god.
So essentially, it's kind of stuffed into a box.
Just stuffed into a little box.
because because
No wonder he's holding himself up on the note.
exactly, yeah. So essentially, the sending room, the minor teleportation circle that's used there, can only ship non-living things in a 2-foot cubic space. So
Wow.
the body
That poor
stuffed into a
guy.
box, he got teleported to Nimbus's shop.
First, he got assassinated in the middle of a field, and then he got shoved into a 2-foot box.
And then
So like
they-
something off like Breaking Bad.
My
Poor
God,
So-
guy.
we once played a campaign where one of the characters got disintegrated, and we literally swept him up with a dustpan and brush and took him back to the temple, and they managed to bring him back. So
full
you know.
resurrection will do that. Yeah.
That's
It requires a
hilarious.
mostly intact body.
Yeah.
Essentially, he was, and so the basics that raised it has to be done within 10 days of the body being dead. They found him at 9 days, but cast general repose, which gives you 10
Yeah.
more days, and
Amazing.
then essentially they could then send him back and then bring him over. So
when Alia said that he was back, she meant that he was actually back.
yeah, Benji was actually back, and so she's kind of smiling, kind of smirking a little bit. That she knew.
She's a little bitch.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of necromancy, you know.
Choose your little bit.
It was a surprise.
Uh-huh.
So essentially, so you will kind of one last. We're almost out of time here, so one last little thing that obviously, Reese is just. I'm sorry. I won't go wandering off again, and I was, and Catherine just kind of like nudges him, not full on elbow, but like, yeah, idiot. And Lucas and Amethyst, you immediately pick up on that she's saying idiot for more than one reason.
Because he got himself killed.
No.
Lucas gets it.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
me.
yeah, I promise I won't go off and with any strange women again. I picked up on a woman. She wanted me to meet her at a place there. I met her, and then next thing I know, I'm waking up here. That's
Wow.
so yeah. And so it's like, yeah. And so you can just at this point now you're kind of picking up like, oh yeah, Catherine
Is so mad.
is very mad
For
that he got
obvious
himself
reasons.
killed, but and
Are
Yeah.
they together?
not that you're aware of,
Oh.
Yeah, not that you're aware.
not that
Oh.
anyone was really aware of. It's sort of like they weren't really, but you do pick up on that
On the jealousy thing?
yeah.
Hmm.
So it's sort of like, and he just sort of like as he calls him an idiot for the second time, essentially after like saying that yeah he went off with a woman, and he won't do that again. Kind of like better not kind of thing. And he just sort of like looks at her, like kind of looks down at the ground, kind of like a little shamefaced, and then, but yes, so Reese is back. And with that, I do want to say a couple of things here because we're going to wrap things up now. First of all, I do want to say I apologize, but I will not be able to run next weekend. We do have a local event here that we're doing with my family and the girls and such, and so I won't be able to run next week. Week after should be just fine. I know.
We get our house keys next Friday anyway, so
Right.
chances are we'll
Uh,
be pretty busy.
No, I'm going to
Yeah.
use this as an opportunity to work my other job too.
Yeah, but also you will be leveling up to level 7.
I knew it.
Whee!
Yes.
I'm going another level into wizard.
And guess what I'm doing,
Okay.
Ellie? I think you know, buddy.
We'll see. I would like to say, in terms of leveling up new stuff or doing different directions there, let me know. I just want to make sure it kind of
Yes,
makes sense
I
story
need to
wise and
talk to
everything
you
else.
about some things actually.
So
Because it's exactly what I was doing anyway. You already knew the build, but it's in correlation.
kind of,
to
yeah,
that.
sort of. Yeah,
Yeah.
so we'll see where we're going. So there's that. So you'll be leveling up there. You are going to have about 3 weeks or maybe more of downtime. All your projects, all your training, you want to make friends around town, do things around town, whatever else that. So you're going to have time to do stuff just go learn information, get feelers put out there for what information you want, Trevor.
Yeah,
basically-
exactly.
so
Because I have a
you're gonna need
lot
to get
to
the
do.
you,
I have
need-
like a
you need to
shopping
get the
and
word
business
out
stuff to
there.
do.
So yeah, so
I need to
obviously
run by everything I need to do.
yeah. So effectively, if there's things you want to find out, things you want to do, people you want to meet, talk to, whatever, even if you want to do a quick road trip over to Port Oris and back, that can be done. You have weeks worth of time to do that. If you want somebody wants to do that, you can. So literally, you have like whatever you want for the next at least 3 weeks.
Yep.
We will be picking up here basically. So we'll just go ahead and say it'll be the 24th of Fireseek, a certain person's birthday, a certain people's birthday. And so we'll be picking up on kind of that birthday day, and with whatever kind of comes up between now and then. So
Like
please,
there's 5 of us.
yeah, exactly. So what's that going to be? So, and so if you have idea for things you want to do, things you want to check out, maybe things you want to change about your character at this time, or new things you want to learn or whatever, please let me know. We can talk it over. We've got time to do that.
Yep.
But we'll have lots of things, lots of new directions to go coming up here. As far as you are aware, the town is safe. You will learn that a slod did get kind of close to the town, but was taken out by the guard/rangers and was dropped before it could do anything and cause any damage to anyone. So there's the scouts set up around there did spot the thing and were able to take it out. So there was another one wandering the area, but it was taken out by the defenses here in town, and which also necessitated for the speeding up of the wall. Like, no, there are things out there. We need this wall in place. So that's one of the reasons why the wall got a lot further along in just a little over a week. So
Good. At least they finally listened to reason.
exactly. So with that, I do want to say thank you for watching. If you're out there, thank you to our amazing producer who keeps things running, and thank you to all for playing. As always, I really appreciate it very much, and we'll see you again in a couple of weeks.
And thank you,
See you in a
Jim.
bit. Thank you. Have a good
Jim,
night, y'all.
why are you
Bye.
such a good